radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana. This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. When I needed help, make myself a man. No man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes to sleep. Zion belongs to me. When I needed help, your contribution. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana. This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, yes, Shabbat Tov, after the Shabbat podcast, right here, Rastafari Sabbatical Saturdays, right here, the After the Shabbat podcast. Here we have Teruma, contributions, gifts, offerings, right here, this Torah reading and feeding, 19th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, so right here, come in, gathering in right here after the Shabbat. Hopefully one Shabbat was good, peaceful, took a rest and a refresh. Right here, beginning off the theme here of this Shabbat Teruma, the contributions, the donations, the offerings, want to give thanks for those who have supported and those who desire to support, but even, they're willing and attentive mind, you know what I mean? Give thanks, even the words of encouragement. Yes, I. Rastafari. Here. First up here, I Jaman Levi, right here. Yes, I. Oh, Rastafari.
Possible. Thank you, my sweet Lord, for giving me life to live. When I close my eyes and give praise to my owner, no man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes to sleep, and Zion belongs to me. Thank close my eyes. Give praise to my owner. No man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes. Zion belongs to me. Thank you. Thank you. Whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, you made all things possible when I needed help. Make myself a man. No man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes. Zion belongs to me. Thank you, Jah. Thank you for love, oh love, oh Jah. Thank you for health, strength, and prosperity. Oh Jah, thank you. From the rising of the sun until the going down in the morning, give praise to you in the evening. Thank you, thank you.
Ziavi Mesken, Baruch Hashem, giving thanks, here. 19th sabbatical study, Shabbat strong, Shabbat, Teruma, here. Gonna write up the Aliyot right here for this Torah reading and feeding. That was Ijaman Levi, here to the theme, Chaverim, Teruma, offerings, gifts, contributions. Yes, I would like to say thank you also right here, just one more time.
Thank you. Whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you, my brethren, for all
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
Shabbat Shalom. Send that salam. Send that salam. Send that salam.
Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ולכתך בדרך ובשכבך ובקומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Give thanks, Queen Makeda and King Melchizedek. Yes, right there. They're there. The Shema from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, but to verse 9, from 4 to 9, the full of the Shema. Hear, O Yisrael. Shema, Yisrael. Obey, O Israel. They're there in the Hebrew.
Boy, everything takes time. Hebrew, boy, everything takes time. Hebrew, boy, everything takes time.
Well, let's begin this after the Shabbat podcast. Shabbat Shalom. Hopefully one had a refreshing and a peaceful, took a breath to rest and refresh for the Shabbat. After the Shabbat right here, looking forward, and also reviewing this 19th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong, Teruma, up offerings up, contribution, donations right here. Give thanks to the fellow co-laboring Chabarim, for their contributions, here to the podcast of the audibles, the readings, and the feedings right here. To Ras Sahar Ahad for the Haftarah, the prophet's reading. To Ras Ayason Tafar I for the Brit Chadash as well. And also to all the mods, the ones helping, in the chat and here, there, and everywhere. Yes, I giving thanks and praise in the King of Kings Christ's name. Yes, I, Rastafari. But here, giving thanks every day. Here, Rima. Yes, Sister Rima right here with give thanks every day. Yes, I. So let's rise up, to chant. Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah. Life is a so hey, please humble my heart and guidance on my path and quiet in my thoughts. Yeah. Lightness in my shoes and reverence in my mood. And life is a heaven if I so choose it. Yeah. So give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way, push on my way. Yeah. Give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way, push on my way, yeah. And they say that people change as they go through life's stage. Help I to see the good even the same, yeah. May I learn to refrain whenever I want to complain. Honor the balance, there is no sunshine without the rain. So give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way, push on my way. I give thanks every day. Give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way. And when I'm inside these four walls and troubles weigh me down hard, I choose to forget that life is perfect. Whoa. How could there be mistakes if I grow from the pain? Life is only that which I create. Yeah. I give thanks every day. I give thanks every day. Oh, as I go on my way, push on my way. Yeah. I give thanks every day. Give thanks every day.
Yes, yes, yes. Rima. Give thanks, Rasimon. Yeah, man, for putting an eye up on Rima. Musical artist Rima. That was give thanks every day. Whoa. Yes, yes, yes. Hopefully more on this platform right here.
Stand his plan. All he needs to do is follow the spirit, which is legit. That is how we'll all grow. Know him, Elohim.
Hallelujah. With your loud voice, sing Mount Zion bird shall sing and say, chant it from the throne up, yeah, let them hear it.
Hallelujah. Yes, yes, yes. I was just corrected. I mean, Colonel, hail up. Yes, sir. Rastafari right there. They're there. But check out Rima. Gonna bring up some more of her tunes. We want like substantial music, real. Roots and reggae, yes, of this generation right here. So here, for this Torah reading and feeding, yes, I give thanks, Sister Rima. Here we have Teruma, gifts, contribution, offerings, the offerings for a sanctuary where Yahweh may dwell, where he may tabernacle. The word became flesh and tabernacle. So here, the foundation, the groundation of tabernacling, the principles here. But here, what's being called on is the gifts, the contributions, right? From those who are willing-hearted, willing-minded willing-minded to contribute, right? For this tabernacle, this dwelling place. So here. Let's first of all pick up right here. We also have today's psalm. We have Psalm 62, like to address that maybe at the outro, go over an overview of this Torah reading and feeding, get into the readings, the 7 aliyot, also bring forward the Haftarah, the prophet's reading, and the Brit Chadasha. Now, usually we have the first day, the Sunday service, the first day service, usually at around the 1 o'clock hour, but, reconsidering, depends on the flow of the podcast, maybe to go straight through, that had been a tradition, but still right there, ones-to-ones can kind of weigh in on that right there. But one more tune right here, some of the VIRTs here on the podcast with some substantial roots in reggae. Here's Sister Desiree, Rastafari lyrics right here. Yes, sir. Oh. Mike. Apologies. Yes, Sister Desiree right there with Ja Rastafari, Donny Ja Rastafari. One more tune by Sister Desiree. Pick up right here, the evening psalm. Have Psalm 92 here, Sabbath Eve, the daily Psalm 62 right here. But here another tune by Sister Desiree here. Pause. Judgment come. Yes, sir. Yes. Previous Torah reading and feeding 18th was Mishpatim. Judgments. So we had judgments, the 18th sabbatical study here with the 19th. Here we have Teruma, contribution. So just on that judgment theme.
They know it not the minute, not the hour. Babylon will I forget the power. When I say this thing, Babylon, your kingdom is falling. Judgment, mother of Allah. Your queendom is falling. So when we sing again, Lucifer, your kingdom is falling. Judgment, mother of Allah, your queendom is falling. So when we sing But I see Babylon judgment a come. Under the moon and the star and the sun, them a go down. Babylon judgment a come. Them cannot escape them judgment here when it come. Yeah, well man a whole a meditation and a watch things a run. I smoke me chalice pipe and all a beat bunga drum. Me bless the cup, light it up, burn fatigue and tongue. What this me see a go on under the sun. Pope all a buy CD and a vice album. The litter sell gold and all a sell platinum. A long time them a black people down in the slum. Church and state and religion, them use to hold with tongue. Them politics conflict, them use to hold with tongue. But Babylon, your kingdom a broke down. I sing Babylon, your kingdom is falling. Judgment, mother of Allah, your kingdom is falling. So when me sing, me say, me take a little tour, figure trample Saddam. Me spot the bear, the eagle, the dragon all a come. I say why do them rage and them every start run? Them can't sleep and I to them not have a free tongue. When me say light up the chalice, burn fatigue and tongue. Go all run go vice album. How long Babylon judgment a come? Under the moon and the star and the sun them a go down. Babylon judgment a come. Cannot escape them judgment here when it come. Yeah, well after me take a little look and look back on the sun. Prophecy a fi reveal Babylon a fi go down. When me look on Port Royal and remember Saddam, me end the Morgan and the Buccaneers. Them used to run and them see a man shell out with curriculum. Them kill we little daughter, kill we little son. Gamble and raffle, I take it for fun. In a 1692 the whole of them did go down. Still I see I pass through and them shake them down. Babylon your kingdom I fall down. I sing Babylon, your kingdom is falling. Judgment, mother of Allah, your kingdom is falling. So when me sing, but I sing Babylon judgment a come. Under the moon and the star and the sun, them a go down. Babylon judgment a come. Them a try to slow, all of the profit them from under the sun. Yeah, well enough of them a vindicate for Babylon kingdom. With them flattering lips, deceitful tongue. They craft the count against the last the son. But the year 2000, the world a go done. A world without end, nobody take it for fun. Generation pan top a generation a fi come. To fulfill the prophecy of the wise tongue. The man rescue Goliath and boom down Saddam. Babylon your kingdom a fall down. I sing Babylon, your kingdom is falling. Judgment, mother of Allah, your kingdom is falling. So sing again, me say Lucifer, your kingdom is falling. Judgment, mother of Allah, your kingdom is falling. So when me sing again, Babylon judgment a come. Under the moon and the star and the sun, them a go down. Babylon judgment a come. Try to slow all of the profit them from under the sun. Yeah, well man a whole a meditation and a watch things a run. I smoke me chalice pipe and all a beat bunga drum. Me bless the cup, light it up, burn fatigue and tongue. What this me see a one under the sun. Go all a buy CD and a vice album.
400 years, yeah. It says, in that nation that they shall serve, will I judge. Judgment. Will I judge, and then they'll come out of great substance. So right here, yes, I, Israel vibration. Here, we have Psalm 92. Psalm 92 right here, the evening psalm I'm going to touch on today's daily psalm, Psalm 62. Psalm 62. Give thanks and praise right here, the Shabbat psalm.
Psalm 92.
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
Right there in the Hebrew superscription, Leyom, for the day of the Shabbat. Leyom HaShabbat. Again.
Psalm 92.
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני,
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך עליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, in the morning, in the morning, in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות, 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 בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, unrighteousness, no 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 unrighteousness, 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 unrighteousness.
So the evening psalm for the Shabbat, psalm for the Shabbat day, Psalm 92, Yom HaShabbat, for the day of the Sabbath, Psalm 92. So right there. Now here. Oh, first we have to do a shout out. Yeah, shout out. I know we haven't really done shout out. Well, we have done shout outs, but you might not know this as a shout out. This is I shout out. Yes, I. So right here we have 19th sabbatical study. I want to show ones that's right here. Yeah, was reasoning on this before the podcast right here. Okay, here, you've probably seen this picture. I forgot what it's called right here. This particular picture where the man is like looking outside of the so-called world, to see, the heavens, as it were, looking outside of the artificial. When we come to the podcast, it's like that, gives us time to like kind of focus right here, kind of like to look outside of, the world, flesh, satanic call on the day-to-day, things that we're going through, and to focus on the way, the word, So this is kind of like the word picture that came to mind. Wanted to show this right here, looking outside of the artificial to what's really, really real. So here we have today's daily psalm, some of this right here from the same classic collection, right here, classic little pics right here. This one is a particularly interesting one, on both sides right there, and the trees. But here, we have this Torah reading and feeding, the 19th sabbatical study, this week's portion right here. So here we're at after the Shabbat, after the Shabbat. So we say Shabbat Shalom, send the salam. But more importantly, Shabuah, the week to come, Shabuah Tov. So the greeting after the Shabbat, of course, is Shabbat Shalom, to hope and wish one's Shabbat was well, good Shabbat, Shalom U Meborak, peaceful, Shalom U and Meborak, blessed, and highly favored. Yes, Rastafari. So here we have Teruma, offerings or contribution, gifts, Exodus chapter 25, verse 1 to chapter 27, verse 19, Exodus 25 and 1 to Exodus 27 and 19. Now here, let's move this over. Here we have today's daily psalm right here. All right, today's daily psalm, Psalm 92. So here's what we're going to touch on right here, Psalm 92, briefly right here in the season. Because we find that the Psalms, according to the royal order, as we have right here, Mizmor Samek Beit. So in Hebrew Aleph numerics, we call it the Aleph numerics, for more of the Hebrew, quote, alpha numerics, So the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, they do, I guess you could say, double duty, as numerical value, mathematical numerical value. So here in the Hebrew, from the Hebrew perspective, this is Mizmor, psalm, chant. We could say Isis. Mizmor truly is Isis, but psalm, chant, right? 62, Mizmor Samek Beit. So Samek, the Hebrew letter Samek, has a numerical value of 60, and Beit, right, is the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet, right? So here we have this psalm, the dual theme, the theme here the K and D. Here we have the Sefer Tehillim, the hard copy before us, trying to get a PDF so we can also show that and share that. But here in the hard copy, it says today's daily Psalm 62 has a theme of the one sure refuge, the one sure refuge. Here, K and D, Colin Delich notes, bringing out as resignation to Elohim when foes, enemies, adversaries, friend enemies, crowd in upon one, up on. Get that? Upon, up on, right? Resignation to Elohim when foes crowd in upon, up on one. And here, the hard copy, the Sefer Tehillim, the one sure refuge. So here, first we're going to read this over here. Let's bring this over here so you can see the opening word, the superscription, the title, to the chief musician, to Jeduthun or Yedutun, right? Yedutun, a psalm, a chant, a mizmor. Here we have a mizmor, right? Of David, of David. Right. So here, the theme and the phraseology we have in today's daily psalm, the theme, chabarim to the theme, and the phraseology are familiar. Circumstances of stress and distress are described in today's daily psalm, Psalm 62, Mizmor Samek Beit. In that the poet, the author here attributed to David, turns to Elohim, turns to the Creator, turns to the Judge as the only safe haven from the storm, even the storms of life and the storms in I liberty, the storm raging around him. There are no specific details in today's daily psalm, right, that point to a definite or definitive or definite period as we have in other psalms. However, the revolt of Absalom, his son Absalom, makes an appropriate setting for today's daily psalm. So we have verses 1 to 4, the only salvation, right, in distress and stress and distress. In verses 5 to 8, right, we have trust in Elohim, trust in the Creator, trust in the Judge, repeated, right, the familiar theme of trust, right, always faithful, always sure. Then in verses 9 to 12, the third part of today's daily psalm, the grounds, the standing ground, the grounds for confidence, right, for ifidence, godfidence, for confidence, the grounds for that always faithful, always sure. So here, let's just glance over here at the commentary here. See if we can pick up a few key points. Resignation to Elohim when foes crowd in up on one. And the psalm, the one sure refuge. Concerning this psalm, this means more. That is placed next to the preceding psalm. We have Psalm 61. So looking at the continuity, Psalm 61 is a prayer, themed the prayer, tefillah, a prayer in exile. So concerning this psalm that is placed next to the preceding psalm by reason, it said by reason of several points of mutual relationship. So here, one can take a screenshot of that if they will right there, compare some of those key verses. Today's daily Psalm 62 and 8 with Psalm 61 and 4, as well as Psalm 61 and 8, right? And Psalm 62 and 9, today's daily Psalm with Psalm 61 and 4, right? Got me a little curious. Let's see right here. Is this the proper verse 4 right here? The Dalet verse? Let's see right here. What do we have here? Ah, very good, right? See the theme here. Torah reading and feeding Teruma, right? Contributions for the sanctuary, the tabernacle. So here, verse 4 says, I will abide in thy tabernacle forever. I will trust in the covert of thy wings. Selah, Selah. All right, trust, make my refuge. So here, this verse, Agora be ahaleka. Agora be ahaleka or Agora be aholeka. Olamim. Echese. Bit Sater, I will flee like for refuge, right? That sense of trust, right? I will flee, right? Bit Sater in the hidden, right? The hidden, the Sater, Kanafeka in the Sater of your Kanaf. Kanaf is wing, like the wings, right? Selah. Selah is the interlude, but Selah is also that silence, that silence, that silence right there. Yes, yes. So here they was comparing this rate. We saw it come up on both accounts here. 68, right? 62 verse 8 and 62 verse 9. So we'll check that out, but just a little bit more on the notes right here. So the B part of, it says Psalm 62:13. Now, if you look at the KJV, you only have 12 verses. And as we mentioned before, the superscription to the chief musician for Jedutun, a Psalm of David, in the Hebrew is the first verse. So that will throw off the numbers when you compare the King James Version with the Hebrew manuscript. So here it says, along with Psalm 61 and 9, as being a product of the time of the persecution by Absalom. And also concerning, here in the superscription, the Hebrew there is al. It says al Yedutun, or on concerning or for Jedutun, right? This is we have already spoken in. This also occurs in Psalm 39, the same name Jedutun, right? And here it says it forms a twin pair. Now here, this is interesting too. The particle we're going to bring it out just now. Particle, the two letters there is the aleph and kaf, or ak. So the particle ak, not brother, right? Brother is ach, right? This is ak, right? Ak occurs there 4 times, right? So let's look at this ak. What is ak? Right? We're going to bring it out. It occurs there 4 times, and in this psalm, even as many as 6 times, ak. So in Psalm 39, about 4 times here. In Psalm 62, a companion psalm, the same choirster, right? Davidic choirster, Jedutun is mentioned in both psalms, right? Then it goes into the strophic structure, the breakdown of the verse, the rhyme. So one's into music and verse and writing rhymes and lyrics. Here it's interesting to study the Hebrew, and the structure. The strophic structure somewhat resembles that of Psalm 39. So it has a similar breakdown of like verse. So, artists might present their tunes in certain ways. So you can see, well, this must be the same as this artist must have wrote this here too, because this is just like this other tune. In that here, we also have longer strophes. So the verse is a little bit longer, right? That are interspersed by tristis, like 3-part breakdowns, like a 3-part breakdown. It's interesting, rhyme, rap, so forth and so on. Okay, so here the poet, although apparently irrevocably lost, caught up in difficult times, does not nevertheless despair. So, and though the poet here feels in a lost condition, does not nevertheless despair, but opposes one thing to the tumultuous crowding in upon him of his many foes. So the many situations. You ever go through that in life? Going through that, I feel like I'm going through that, now. So this song basically speaks to I. Hopefully it speaks to the I. A quiet, calm submission. Not, however, a fatalistic resignation. So there's a difference between having a quiet, a calm submission to the situations you're going through, right? That's different than a fatalistic resignation. But that gives up everything, one that gives up everything to Elohim, whose hand, interesting here, it brings out 2 Samuel chapter 12 verses 17 to 13, can be distinctively recognized and felt in what is now happening to him. So the ak, as we mentioned before, the ak, right, which means like yea, it can mean yea, like for sure, or only, nevertheless, for sure. Ak, right, is the language of faith. With that, in the face of all assaults, established truths are confessed and confirmed. And with that, in the midst of all conflict, resolutions that are made and are to be firmly kept are deliberately and solemnly declared and affirmed. All right. And then there's no necessity for regarding, okay, dumia, silence. All right. Okay, so it's going into a little bit more, not to get, we would love to, but right here, let's just bring this forward because we have business before us. So here, just a few kind of overviews, and we'll really study, right, to shoot with self-approved. I'm curious about that 2 Samuel 12:7. Right, let's go over here, see if we can bring it down here. Let's view more right here. Let's just select this for a moment. Let's bring this over to the plain KJV. Go KJV light. Go 7 to 13. And Nathan said to David that, oh, wow. Okay, right. So here, this quote is kind of bringing out how the poet's attitude and how I and I attitude in this spiritually is to be that calm, that quiet, calm submission, not fatalistic. Trusting in the hand of Yah, even in that situation where there's a lot pressing in. And Nathan said to David, "Thou art the man." This is in a scene where David had committed the double crime. Thus saith Yahuwah Elohei Yisrael, I anointed thee king over Israel. I delivered thee out of the hand of Shaul. I gave thee thy master's house and thy master's wives into thy bosom. Wow. I gave thee thy master's house and thy master's wives into thy bosom, and gave thee the Beit Yisrael, the house of Israel and of Yehuda. So gave him both the house of Israel, the Beit Yisrael, and the Beit Yehuda, the house of Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, if that has been a little, right, what Yah had given to David, I would moreover have given thee such and such things, such and such, like fill in the blank, right? Wherefore, why hast thou despised the commandment of Yahweh to do this evil in his sight? Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife Ishto, thy wife, had taken his wife, his Isha, as your Isha, right? And has slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Now, therefore, the sword shall never depart from thine house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be thy Isha. Thus saith Yahuwah, behold, I will raise up evil, Ra'ah, out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes and give to thy neighbor, and he shall lay sexually with thy wives in the sight of the sun, in broad daylight, in other words. For I did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all the Israel, call Israel, and before the sun. Now here's verse 13. This is David's resignation. So they gave this quote in the notes because they say it's like this kind of resignation in a very difficult situation, not fatalistic, not a fatalistic resignation, but more of a calm, a quiet submission to the hand of Yahweh, to the hand of Eloheinu. And Dawid now saying this, like what he's going to say to Nathan. Nathan's proclaiming what Yahweh told him to say. He says, I have sinned against Yahweh. Notice his response. He could have said, but you don't understand the situation. You see what was going on, the reason why I did this. No. Dawid said to Nathan Hanabi, Nathan the prophet, I have sinned, I've fucked up, against Yahweh. No excuses, not because of this. Well, see, it wasn't really my fault. And look what Nathan, right, said to Dawid. And no doubt this is because, the prophet Nathan, in communion with Yahweh sent him on this mission to give this word to David, to expose him to himself. And Nathan said to David, Yahweh also have put away thy sin. Thou shalt not die. So right there, but David's calm, quiet submission was not a fatalistic resignation. So that part right there, what we have brought out, let's go all the way back here. Let's see if we was reading it correctly. Right. So it says the poet, although apparently irrevocably lost, does not nevertheless despair, but opposes one thing to the tumultuous crowding in upon him of his many foes, and that's the quiet, calm submission, not, however, a fatalistic resignation, but that gives up everything to Elohim. So when David said, I have sinned against Yahweh, it's like he admitted the crime. So that means whatever the punishment, right? He didn't say anything else to try to mitigate the circumstance, right? So that's why that quote there, right, can be distinctively recognized and felt in what is now happening to him, right? This is what links here with this key word we have of ak. We're going to bring that out in the Hebrew here. But this Psalm, 12 verses, let's see if we can get through this in a lively, in a lively time, in a lively manner right here, and get to this after the Shabbat, Teruma, right? Teruma. It's interesting that the quote there had a lot to do with tabernacles, the other quote, right? And here we are, the tabernacle is being introduced to the B'nai Yisrael. First things first, let's hear a plain read of the Hebrew highlights of today's daily psalm, Psalm 62. Let's bring it out to the English here. Here we go, right here. Today's daily psalm.
Psalm 62.
מזמור ס"ב למנצח על ידותון מזמור לדוד.
Truly my soul waiteth upon God, upon God, upon God.
אך אל אלוהים דומיה נפשי.
From him cometh my salvation, my salvation, my salvation.
ממנו ישועתי.
He only is my rock and my salvation, and my salvation, and my salvation.
אך הוא צורי וישועתי.
He is my defense, is my defense, is my defense, is my defense.
משגבי.
I shall not be greatly moved, moved.
לא אמות רבה.
How long?
עד אן.
How long will ye imagine?
עד אן תהותתו.
Mischief against a man.
על איש. עד אן.
How long will ye imagine mischief against a man? Ye shall be slain, all of you. As a bowing wall shall ye be, and as a tottering fence. They only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Selah. My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from him. He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be moved. In God is my salvation and my glory. The rock of my strength and my refuge is in God. Trust in him at all times. Ye people, pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us. Selah. Surely men of low degree are vanity, and men of high degree are a lie. To be laid in the balance, they are altogether lighter than vanity. Trust not in oppression, and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart upon them. God hath spoken once, twice have I heard this, that power belongeth unto God. Also unto thee, O Lord, belongeth mercy. For thou renderest to every man according to his work, 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 to his work.
To his work, according to his work.
Know him, Elohim.
The bread right here. We have Mizmor, Samek Bait, Psalm 62. So let's get right into it right here. KJV to the Hebrew, Masoretic Hebrew, the one sure refuge right here. First verse here, including the superscription, to the chief musician, to Jedutun, a psalm of David. Truly, my soul waiteth upon God, upon Elohim. From him, my salvation. In case ones are new, right? You see the word cometh, the words that are in italicization are not really there. They're not there in the Hebrew, to say it like that, right? So here's some key words here. Here, the truly, this is the ak that we mentioned in the overview, right? The ak, only, surely, truly, ak, right? We'll touch on that as we get into that right there. And here, waiteth in the Hebrew is silent. So here, let's go up here to the HB Hebrew at the top. La menatziach al yedutun mizmor le Dawi, to chief musician for Jedutun, a psalm, a mizmor, Isis, a psalm of David, a psalm for David, a psalm of David. La menatziach al yedutun mizmor le Dawi. Ak el Elohim dumiyah nafshi. Mimenu Yeshuati. Here, the opening verse. Ak. See, that's the Ak. So here, to scroll down here to the KJV, Ak. So where it says truly in the Hebrew is the Ak. Ak. Only, truly, Ak. Right? Ak. Right? So here, first thing we like to address right here is the Yedutun. Who is Yedutun? Yedutun, right? Jedutun, some bring it out as Yeditun. In one form, it's written as Yeditun, but there's three forms of this name in the Hebrew manuscripts: the Yeditun, Yedutun, and Yedutun. Yes, meaning praising. Yedutun, like Yehuda, praise, the praised one, the celebrated one, the praise. Judah, you are he who your brethren shall, praise, because the name Yehuda, right? Yehuda from the Hebrew Yada. And remember, yada means to hand it to him, to hand it. It can mean to throw, to shoot, but it's from the idea of hands, right? Giving hands, right? Hand, because the word yad means hand, right? Yad. So we're for praise, right? Right there where it says, especially to revere or worship with extended hands. We say, put your hands up, or in a sense, to hold out the hand. It's like when we say in English, I hand it to you, I'll hand it to him, right? When we say I hand it to him, the implied meaning is like, I praise him, like I thank him, like he gets credit, handing it to someone. So that's the Hebrew sense. So his name, Yedutun, in the Hebrew has a sense of praising. Like Yehuda means the praised one, not Yahuda. It's not Yadutun, it's Yedutun in the Hebrew. Right? Just to point that out right there. They're there. And in Psalm 39 and 1. Psalm 39 and 1. Since we're right here, let's just touch on Psalm 39 and 1 for due diligence. In Psalm 39 and 1, this elegy, we have Yedutun. Right? Also in this Psalm, Psalm 62. He is mentioned several times. Who is Yedutun? Yedutun. Who is Jedutun? The ones whose name means praising, thanking, praising, handing, right, to hand it to him. He is mentioned several times in the book of Chronicles as the director of the temple choir. The title means for the leader, some say Jedutun, right? For the leader, the chief musician, right? Or for the leader to be sung, some say sung in the style of Yidutun. So Yidutun as a word can mean praising, but Yidutun was the chief musician, temple choir director, right? Here we have him brought out right here, right? The perpetual temple choirs, right? Mentioned in 3 Psalms, right? 3 Psalms here. Psalm 39, today's Psalm 62, and Psalm 77, right? Either he was the composer or the recipient of the chants, the Davidic chants. But some say most likely as the leader, the Manatzeach, the presenter of the choir. By that, the Psalms were sung, the Psalms were chanted, right? So right there, a Psalm of David. So here, truly, so in the KJV, this is the first verse. Truly, my soul waiteth upon Elohim. From him, my salvation. As we mentioned before, the Elohim Psalms, Elohim as a Hebraic title in reference to Yahweh Eloheinu refers to Yahweh as creator and as judge. So we have Psalms that are, some Psalms focus more on a title or an attribute, right? And not necessarily the covenant name, the Yahweh, right? Hakadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem. So this here we can tell from the Hebrew perspective is a judgment song, right? And remember the context of Absalom and the period of the revolt of Absalom. Now, what's interesting about the quote that we went to in Shemuel and Samuel concerning when Nathan the prophet had came to David and basically exposed David's crimes, his sins, right? That had occurred, and what was said there is about what would happen when the evil would not come leave David's house, the consequences of his crimes, of his sins. And some say that the Absalom revolt was a part of the fuller picture of the manifestation of that prophecy. So here we have this psalm, the one sure refuge. Dawid says, Ak, for sure, truly, indeed, Ak. Elohim, to the creator, to the judge. Dumiya nafshi. Now here you see where it says, truly my soul waiteth. The word here is dumiya. You see it right there, dumiya, right? Dumiya is silence, stillness, right? But it also emphasizes nafshi, my soul. So here in the first part of the verse, Ak, indeed, Elohim, to Elohim, the creator, the judge. Dumiya, silence, right? Silence, like dumbness, like not speakingness. Nafshi, my soul. So part of the at the end of Dumi, right there, that it looks like Dumiya is not saying Yah name, so to speak. It can be implied, but in the Hebrew, it's basically saying the silence of the soul, the silence of the soul, the stillness of the soul, right? The quietness, and in that sense, the trusting of the soul. The word dumiya is from dama. The verb dama means to cease, to cut off, to destroy, right? To cease. In other words, the soul, the psyche, the soul is the psyche, our psychological state. So to cut off all the chatter. When they say psychological chatter, right? So he says, truly, my soul is to, right, the creator, is to the judge, like you're in court, is to the judge in silence, without additional chatter. That's why the quote, the reference, let's actually bring this up right here. The reference, there we go, 2 Samuel chapter 12, verses 7 to 13, where Dawid basically admits, what he had did. It wasn't a bunch of words. He says, I've sinned against Yahweh. That calm, quiet submission, right? He submitted. And now, no doubt, he recognized these situations are happening as part of the outworking word and judgment that Yahweh had given, even in the 2 Samuel reference we just pointed to right there. So here he says, Ak. Let's touch on the word Ak. First part right here, we have to scroll down to Tanakh to focus on the Ak right here. So here we have Ak, right? Ak is not like some say brother in Arabic maybe, but Ak, right, is Ach. Ach is brother. Here this is Ak. Ak here has the meaning BDB Brown's driver's brig of indeed, surely. Ak, for sure, indeed, truly, right? Ak, right? Only, right? It can be in the emphatic sense and it can be also a restrictive sense, depends on the context. But here, the sense of indeed, surely, truly, right? It's a particle. It's a particle of like affirmation. Ak. He could have said Illa Elohim to Elohim Dumiya Nafshi, to Elohim the silence of my soul, right? The stillness of my soul. But he says indeed, surely, only, truly, right? That sense of truly or indeed. Indeed to Elohim is the silence of my soul. So here to the Hebrew Ak. So what about the Hebrew Ak right here? Right, there we go, right there, Ak. The Hebrew Ak is a distinctive word in this psalm, in this Mizmor, right? It occurs 6 times. And in the psalm, it strikes like a keynote, Ak, right? Ak, right? To Elohim alone, right? To Elohim indeed, right? And to no one else, to the judge, the creator indeed. He turns in the hour of need, right? In this hour of need, indeed, Ak, El Elohim, Dumiya Nafshi, Mimenu, Yeshuati, Mimenu, from him, Mimenu, Yeshuati, is my salvation, my saving, my salvation, right, is from him, right, and him alone, my Yeshua, Yeshuati is salvation, deliverance, can have the context of my welfare, my prosperity, also salvation, in the sense by Elohim, by the creator, the judge, also victory, my victory. In the Hebrew, Yeshuah, with the H at the end, Yeshuah is feminine, right? So Yeshuati, right? My being saved. He's saying my being saved, my being delivered. My being delivered out of this situation, right? It's only going to come from Elohim, Yahweh, right? In his attribute as creator and as judge. And when he says, Dumiya, my soul, my psyche, right, is still. The sense is she's waiting, she is speechless. You know, like all the psychological chatter is cut out. So once again, here we have the word Dumiya. KJV brings it out as waiteth, but it's more like silence, right? And since we're speaking about the nefesh, right? Nafshi, my soul, my psyche. The nefesh is the psyche in stillness, silently. This is to say, in the abstract sense, the quietness, the trust, the humble resignation, and quiet confidence and quiet surety. So right here, to this first verse right here. La menat all yidutun mizmor ledawi. Ak il Elohim dumiya nafshi. Mimenu Yeshuati. Mimenu Yeshuati. Mimenu Yeshuati. From him, the implication from him alone cometh my salvation. Here the bait verse, the second verse here, KJV wise. He only, my rock and my salvation, my defense. I shall not be greatly moved. Pay attention. I shall not be greatly moved, very muchly moved, right? He is my defense. He's my high place, right? The word here is misgab. Misgab is a height, right? The higher heights, make heights, higher heights. He is my high place, right? He is my inaccessible place because lofty, right? He's my altitude, my abstraction, right? So here, let's bring this out right here. Again, Ak, hu, Sori, Wia Shuati, Misgabi, Lo emot Rabba. I will not be Rabba, much, enough, emot, right? Lo emot Rabba. So here again, he has Ak. Notice, it occurs 6 times in the psalm, right? So Ak, indeed, for sure, truly, only, Ak. First verse, Ak, il Elohim dumiya nashi, mimenu Yeshuati, Ak hu asoriya wi Yeshuati, misgabi lo emot rabba, right? He don't say I would not be moved. He don't say lo emot. He says lo emot rabba. I would not be greatly, muchly, enoughly, rabba, rab, right? Rab, much, rabba, greatly, muchly, right? I will not much be moved. I'll be a little shaken, but not much, right? But here he says again, ak, indeed. So understand this particle. It's like a part of speech, like when it's said, it's like for sure, like ak, il Elohim dumiyanashi, mimenu yeshuat, ak, hu soriya wishuati, miskabi loemot rabba, right? Ak, for sure, indeed, right? So here he says rock. He says he only is my rock, ak. Ak, who? Ak. So ak, the indeed, and who is the pronoun, right? Third person male for he, right? Ak, right? For sure, indeed, who? Indeed is him, right? Sori is him who is my sor, my sor, my zor, my sor, my rock. Him alone is my sor, right? Here, it's like a noun proper for divinity, deity, my strong place, my firm place, right? My rock, right? Akua Sori, right? So Sori, for the various terms, right, in the various terms in the verse, like my rock, Sori, right, Yeshuati, my salvation, Miskabi, my defense, my high place. These are applied to Elohim. These are applied to the Creator. These are applied to the Judge. These are applied to Yahweh, right? But here, Judgment Psalm. So therefore, the focus on the attribute, like in court, you don't call the judge by name, but your honor, right? Elohim. So here, right? But these are applied to Yahweh Eloheinu. We have this as well in Psalm 18. You find these same terms in the 18th Psalm, Hebraically verse 3, roundabout there. Akur Suri, we Shuati, we and Yeshuati, and my salvation, what we have in the first verse, the Yeshua Sheli. He said, Mimenu Yeshuati, and from him comes my salvation. Then he says, Ak, indeed, Akhu, indeed he, right? None other, indeed he, even he who he be, indeed he, Akhu Suri, he is my rock, we Yeshuati, and my salvation, Miskabi, right? Miskabi, my high, my place of defense because it's so high. That's the sense of miskab, a height, right? An abstraction, a height, right? A high place. He says, Lo emot rabba. Here we got lo emot, right? We have rabba, emot, right? Emot, mot, to totter, to shake, to slip. Really, he tottered, he shook, he slipped, right? Emot, I totter, I shake, I slip. Lo, I don't totter, I don't shake, right? I don't slip. Rabba, much. I don't slip much. Lo emot rabba. Being a weak human being, just being a human being, the frailty even of the flesh, but being a weak mortal, he cannot but react to the pressures of the adverse circumstances and situations and be moved, right? But his trust, the surety in Elohim, the creator, the judge, it saves him from being rabba, greatly, right, disturbed, right? Or rabba, greatly overweighted with a feeling, right? A feeling of hopelessness. So here to the second verse right here. Aku uri wi shuati miskabi lo emot araba. Here to the third verse right here. Here we're in the section verses 1-4, the only salvation, right? The only Yeshua in distress, in stress and distress. So here, KJV, right? Here we're at the KJV, we're at the KJV, the third verse here. How long? Now he asks a question. Here's a question, right? How long will you imagine mischief against a man? You all shall be slain, all of you, as a bowing wall, a tottering fence. So the words shall ye be and as are not there in the Hebrew. So more the force of the Hebrew. Y'all shall be slain, all of y'all, as a bowing wall, a tottering fence. So the bowing wall, tottering fence. Yeah. So right here, the Hebrew, he said, Adana. How long? Adana. Te hotatu Tehotatu al ish. How long will you like rage against a man? Ad ana tehotatu al ish. Terat huwa kulkem. Kera natui gadira hada huya. Gadir hadahuya, like a tottering, like a leaning fence. Gadir hadahuya. So what do we have here? He asks a question, right? Ad ana, right? Ad ana. Remind me like the ana. Remember the ana bekoah? So here, let's go down here to the ana. Where? From where? When? How long? Where? When? How long? Like to say ad. Odd mean like perpetuity, going as far as until like when, right? Ad ana, te ahotutu, te hotutu, right? How long will you hatat, right? Shout at. How long will you be frantic to assail someone, to break in, to overwhelm? A sense of imagining mischief, but really has a sense of like break upon, assail. Imagine mischief, break upon. All ish, against a what? Against a ish, right? Against a man, right? Even a man of standing. How long will y'all do this? All ish, right? Now he says something like after that opening, how long will you set, right? How long will you set upon a man, right? Assail a man. Addressed to his persecutors, false prosecutors. Here, this is addressed in indignation. Ad ana tehotatu al ish, at their unjust treatment, their unrighteous treatment. Also, this suggests the futility of their efforts to fail, to fall, to cause to fall to the ground one who is upheld by Elohim, by the Creator, by the Judge. Now, the Hebrew verb, interestingly enough, it occurs only here, and its root meaning is to rush upon, right? So it says, imagine mischief. This hatat here, it only occurs really here, right? And ad ana, how long? Ad ana to all of your hatating al ish, against a man. So the sense of this here from the Hebrew root is like to rush upon a person, be frantic. You rush upon, like mob a person. You rush upon a person with menacing cries and hand raised to strike. You know what I mean? This is the sense of what Dawid is saying here in the first part of this verse. Adana tehotutu al ish. Then he says, Teratchu kulkem. Teratchu kulkem. Now it's the word here is more stronger than slain, right? Now often, the translations say that y'all may slay him. Now there's two ways of reading this. The KJV says, y'all shall be slain, right? That y'all may slay him, all of you. But others read this, that y'all may slay him. Let's look what some of the other translators bring out here in the translation. Yeah, Terathu, right? All of you murderers, right? Y'all are as dangerous as a leaning wall, an unstable fence. That's what the Hebrew, the spirit of the Hebrew brings out right there in it, right? Would all of you, right, throw him down? That's not really the sense. Because see, the word for slay, let's go back up here. The word for slay is the word for murder in Hebrew, right? So where it says lo tirzach, tiritzach, lo tirzach, like don't murder. So the command that is read in the bad translation as thou shalt not kill is actually thou shalt not murder, right? Thou shalt not murder, right? So here he says tiratuhu kulkem, right? That ye may slay, right? Some interpret it says you may slay him, right? I see in this almost like you'll want to murder him, but you're going to be murdered, is the sense, right? Terathu kulkem. Kulkem is like all of you. Kulkem, right? Y'all shall be slain, right? So one reading of this, y'all shall be slain. Others try to read this as that y'all may slay him, right? Now in the Hebrew, both of those could be read into it, but here that y'all be murdered, all of y'all, right? Because just as a bowing wall, right? in other words, in the situation, what you're doing is so dangerous. He's saying to them, "You're so dangerous. It's like a bowing wall, right?" As it says right here, "Teratz kul kem," right? Kakir natui. As a kir, the kir is a wall, like a kir, the wall side, kir, a wall, right? The kir natui here from nata means like that which is bent, that's which is perverted, that which is like inclined. Like you see something that it's going to fall down because it's like bent to the side, it's inclined, it's like bent away, right? In that sense, right there. And he says gadir, right? Gadir, a wall that is inclining, a leaning wall. Gadir, and a fence, a gadir, right? Gadir is like a fence, right? A fence. Hadahuya, Hadahuya. A fence that is, bring that out there, is daha, right? So the daha is a root word, right? Daha, right? Hadahuya, right? Hadahuya. Let's see, it doesn't have the form of the verb right here, but here, like a tottering, the sense of tottering. Hadahuya, that which is tottering, that which is being pushed down, right? So what is he saying right here in these verses? A leaning wall under their assault, right? Right? Some who read this as that y'all may slay him. Others of us can read this verb as y'all will be slain. Teratzahu kul kem, especially the kul kem, all of y'all, right? All of y'all. So in this situation, the comparison is to a wall that is bowing, that blows have inclined from the perpendicular and is about to collapse. So there's a twofold here. There's a spin in this verse. It applies to, this is what they're seeking to do again to him, but actually they are in the situation. They're in the very dangerous situation, is what he's bringing out. So it has both the sense that you read here in the KJV, y'all shall be slain, right? And also a sense that y'all may slay him, but y'all will be slain, all of you, just like a leaning wall. You're going to fall down. The collapse is coming quick. So right here, once again, right? It's an interesting verse. Can unpack it some more, but here, Adana, Tir hotetu al ish, Tirat hu kulkem, Kukera natui, Gadera hadhuya. Here, right? The Dalet verse right here. The Dalet verse, the fourth verse today, here for today's daily psalm right here. Fourth verse here. The only salvation, distress, right? He going on. They only consult to cast down from his excellency. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouths. However, they curse inwardly. Selah. Now, here in this psalm being the Elohim psalm, it's like coming for a judge. Now here he's bringing out his case, right? He's bringing out his case also, right? He's bearing witness. He's testifying. Like we said, like he's on the stand, right? They only consult to cast down from his excellency. They delight in lies, right? They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Let's get the note right here. Inwardly, in their inward parts, right? Here, bringing out the Hebrew here. Again, we have the ak, indeed, for sure, ak, misa eto, aka misa eto ya'atzua le hadiyach. Yerzua Kazab Bifio Ye Bareku U Bikirbam Yikalalu Selah. So they yeah. Okay, they delight in lies. Okay, no, just going to the verse. So Ak. So again, we have this Ak, indeed, for sure. Now over here, you could tell, okay, this is the only part. You see what it says, they only, right? They only, that part, or indeed. He's saying more in the Hebrew, indeed, they consult, right, to cast down. They consult to cast down, right? So you see the Nadach from the previous, talking about the wall, right? And then the fence, the tottering fence. They only consult to totter him from his excellency. Ak, misato, Aka miseto, right? So we have the ya'at, right? So ak here is saying, indeed, from, right, se'eto, from his height, from his excellency, ya'atsu. So the order of words is different. Indeed, misa'eto, indeed, for real, indeed, from his height, his excellency, ya'atsu. They are ya'atzing. Ya'atz is to consult. Ya'atz, they're giving advice of how to do this, how to throw him down from his sa'ate, misa'ate, from his elevation, right? From his height, to say from his excellency, Misa'ate, right? Miseto, right? Aka Miseto Ya'atsua Le Hadiyah, right? They are consulting to Hadiyah, right? Hadiyah, to cast him down, to daha him. They want to daha him, thrust him down, banish him, drive him away, right? From his position. And that's interesting because with Absalom, we get to see a lot of that right there when it says that Absalom, his son, stole the hearts of the men of Israel. Check. Aka misetoa ya'atsua le hadiyah. Yirtsu kazab. Yirtsu kazab. Yirtsu. Right? Here they ratza, to be pleased with. He was pleased with. He accepted, favorable for him. So we have yirtsu, right? It's pleasing to them. It ratza them. Yirtsu, right? Yirtsu, right? Kazab. So we have the word kazab. What is kazab? Kazab is lie, to lie, like a lie, a falsehood, right? They love false things, right? They delight in false things. So from his height, from David's exalted position, the position as king. This is why many tie this on with Absalom, right? Because what's being said here in this verse. They delight in lies. Yirtzu kazab. They delight in kazab, in deception, right? The allegation that David had neglected his duty. This is how Absalom came up on the rise. Because, ones and ones at this time in David's life. Some say it's because it was the aftermath, like after what happened with Bathsheba and that whole incident there, and that David might have somehow either, wasn't sitting to adjudicate the cases once came to the king, to have things worked out, right? And there's a scene in Samuel where Absalom is like, oh, if I were king, I was such and such, and he started to like take petitions and give advice. And many ones and ones said, man, if you was king, like remember he was the son of David. So there was the allegation, the kazab, right, that David had neglected his duty as king to adjudicate cases. Ones would come before court, and ask the king to work out things, as the king is like the chief court justice. Yes. And a aggrieved person had no chance of redress, right? So this was the idea, like, man, because David's not doing his job as king, right? Then, man, if I was king, I would do that. Let me show you this right here, just quickly right here, because we could talk about it, but we can show you, right? And you can see it for yourself, and many can follow up on it. Where is it? 2 Samuel 15, right? So we have 2 Samuel 15, right? 2 Samuel 15, verse 2. Let's just go to verse 2 right here. Right? Scroll it down here, bring out the English. Light, let's go to light, right? And Absalom rose up early and stood beside the way of the gate. And it was that when any man had a controversy, when any man had a controversy, right, came to the king for judgment. Remember the previous Torah reading and feeding, judgment, mishpatim, right? Here, teruma, but came to the king for mishpat, for judgment. Then Absalom called to him and said, of what city the I? Of what city thou, the I? And he said, thy servant of one of the tribes of Israel. So from there you can go into a little bit more, and see what what occurred, right? And Absalom, just a little bit here so you can see the context of the song. Absalom said to him, see, thy matters are good and right. What you're trying to have the king deal with, my father the king, right? But no man, right, of the king to hear thee. So you see, he's slick here. He's saying there's no man of the king, right, to hear thee, right? What he's saying in the Hebrew is like, none will hear thee from the king downward. So the translation kind of covers up the force of it, right? The force of it, what Absalom said is that none will hear thee from the king downward. You know what I mean? So it's like, right? No, you don't got nobody to, you got no recourse. I mean, what you're asking is correct. And Absalom said, moreover, oh, that I were made judge in the land. Look at that. You see that? Judge. You want to be a judge. That every man, basically why I'm saying this is almost like to say if I was king. Remember, he's the king's son. You know what I'm saying? Right? Oh, that I were made judge in the land, that every man that hath any suit, any lawsuit, the Torah suit, right, or cause might come to me and I would do him justice, right? And look at this, furthermore, and it was so, it was that when any man came nigh, right, to Absalom, to do him obeisance, to prostrate to him, to bow, right? Actually, the word is the same word for worship. So we have to reconsider these whole Gentile ideas, right? To bow to royalty, to nobility, right? He would do what? What would Absalom do? He would put forth his hand and he took him and kissed him, right? And this is where it says right here, this is what I was alluding to earlier, right? And on this manner did Absalom to all Israel that came to the king for judgment. So it's a spot where they would come and somehow the king was not taking care of the business at this particular time. And so Absalom took this as an opportunity. That's why I said, so Absalom stole the heart of the mandem of Yisrael. You know what I mean? And then that's why you remember Absalom was the one that had the locks and everything. And then you see over here, he came to pass after 40 years, right? That Absalom said to the king, I pray thee, let me go and pay my vow, right? He had the Nazarite vow, right? That I have vowed to Yahweh in Hebron, right? And then you can read about how, his locks and what happened to him when he got caught, right? When the rebellion caught up with him, right? But here, right? Here, this is why they said they delight in lies, right? And they bless with their mouth up here, right here, befio, right? Befio, fio, the fat, the pat, with his mouth, befio, right? His fio, his mouth, yevareku, yebareku, befio, yebareku, right? They bless with. It's interesting because in the Hebrew, it's almost as here, like they bless by way of his mouth, they bless. Like they blessing in his mouth. So in his mouth they bless, right? Uabe kurban, right? Right? But in their kareb, in the midst of them, yikalalu. Let's bring that out here, right? So they bless Barak, Yabareku, they bless with their mouth, but inwardly, right? Bikarbam and the Karab in the midst of them, like in their heart, they Yikalalu, right? Yikalalu. They are trifling, right? So they're saying nice things at their mouth, but in their heart, their mind, they think of the one as a fool, right? Like a little weight, right? Lightweight. That's the sense of like curse, right? Don't give them their gravity. So here, Dawit brings forth a selah, right? A pause on this, right? They who pretend to be loyal to the throne. And we gave you a little sample of that with Absalom, right? Absalom there in 2 Kings chapter 15. Like, oh, that were a judge. He didn't ask to be king. You know what I mean? Oh, that was made a judge. You know what I mean? But then when once came near, he's like stretching out his hand and, doing all that, like, that royalty, because his father was king, right? But isn't that what Yahweh said? That this evil, this ra'ah, the ra'ah is going to come from your own house? They who pretend to be loyal to the throne and glorify the king. Like long legs of King David, and he's coming up, right? With their words, but had different sentiments buried within their hearts, right? And that little example right there, hopefully you can unpack that 2 Samuel chapter 15. You'll see more of that, right? So here, this now brings us to the next section right here, verses 5 to 8, right? The trust in Elohim repeated. So notice when we come to the Selah basically is explaining that this verse is so heavy. What's really behind it? That's why we had to go to 2 Samuel. to give you a little insight of what his son was doing and how he was speaking and how it was like kind of like, like blessing, right? But actually, like indirectly coming against his father and say, oh, if I was a king, and I mean, if I was a judge, but then it says that how he stole the hearts, he finagled them. You know what I mean? So here, that week went to the Selah, and the Selah is that pause, that silence. Think on this for a moment. Here, picking up the next section right here, my soul waiteth, right? Going back to how he began, the beginning of the Psalm 62, right? My soul waiteth, right? It says, Dumiya nafshi, right? My soul waiteth, right? Wait, no, actually, he's commanding the soul because the soul is the psyche, right? So in the beginning, when he says, my soul waiteth, he says in silence, right? My soul is silent in stillness, right? My soul is quiet. I cut out all that chatter. And here now he speaks to his psyche, right? Now notice the turn to my soul is because of what he just said in the previous two verses. And when you understand what was behind what was said, the situation that Dawit was in, then you can understand why now he turns to his soul, his psychological state. He says, my soul, commanding the soul. The soul without instruction is headed for self-destruction. So he tells his soul, he says, wait thou only upon Elohim. See, he began off, right, speaking of him, speaking for his soul. Now here he's speaking to his soul, right? Speaking for his psyche and now to his psyche. My psyche, my soul, wait thou only upon Elohim, the creator, the judge. For my expectation is from him. Here another ak, indeed, right? The only part, indeed, ak, lelohim, ak, for sure, le, to, for, le, Elohim, lelohim, ak, lelohim, for sure, indeed, right? To Elohim, domi, nafshi, domi. So before he said dumiya nafshi, is the stillness of my soul, the silence of my soul, right? Here he's telling his soul, right, to basically be silent. Right, so it's not really the word wait. You see the word wait, the 1826, the H is from damam. Damam is the verb. It means to be silent. You see right there, damam. Right? It can imply wait, but it means like to be silent, be dumb, right? Grow dumb, right? So remember, the soul is the psyche, the nefesh. So it's the psychological part. Sometimes we have to cut out the psychological chatter. Sometimes we have to tell our soul, like, shh, quiet, right? Tell her, shh, right? Elohim, domi nafshi, right? Ki mimenu, for, because from him, ki mimenu, from him, tikwati, ki mimenu tikwati, or some might say ki mimenu tikvati, modern Hebrew tikvati, ancient point tikwati. Ki mimenu tikwati, my tikwa, right? The tikva, right? You might have heard tikva, right? Ha tikva. Tikva is hope, right? Tikva, right? Tikva often is brought out, or tikwa is brought out as hope, right? But notice what hope really is in the Hebrew conception is a chord, right? Tikwa is a chord, right? Literally, it's a chord. But this, in the second of the two truths in Hebrew, implies hope, expectation. So we say hope. In English, we don't see the chord, right? But you have to see the chord, right? A chord in the sense of attachment, right? And in the figurative sense, it's the expectancy. But notice how the word for hope in Hebrew, right, is not just like hope. Okay, hope, like who? Bob Hope? Like hope what, right? It's like chord, like it's a chord, right? In a sense, the literal word tikwa literally is a chord, but this word through time is connected with, that which is not physical in that sense of our hope. Our expectation is like an attachment, and we kind of pull it. You know what I'm saying? We kind of pull it to us because we have the chord. So the Hebrew brings out the chord, right? See, kawa, the root sense kawa is to wait, to expect, right? Kawa. And then we have kawe. Kawe or kave, right? Kave, kawe, right, is like a line, right? Kawe. You see what it says? A measuring cord. It's a cord, right? As if for binding. So that which you hope or you expect, you attach to it. and in a sense you pull it to you get what you get what I'm saying, right? So right there, they're there, right, and bringing this out. So the acknowledgement of emunato, his faith, his admittance that he had proclaimed in the opening verse as a guiding principle of his life, he now addresses this to his soul, to his psyche, to his nefesh, right? To his nefesh, nafshi, he says, my soul, his nefesh, his psyche, to fortify her, right? To fortify her. Nefesh, you see nefesh there? Let's scroll down here. Nefesh, noun feminine, the breathing creature, right? Take a breath, right? To fortify her in this testing, in this trial, this difficult time right here. Ak, lelohim. So he's saying to the soul, like for sure, to Elohim, domi nafshi. Cut out the chatter to Elohim. Cut out the chatter to the creator, to the judge. Why? He says, ki, because, or for, mimenu, from him, tikwati. From him is my expectation. Almost like saying to your soul, I got this. Saying to your psyche, I got this. Cut out all the psychological chatter. Here, to the Vav, the wow verse, the sixth verse right here, right? He goes on, right? And speaking to his soul, speaking to his psyche, talking to himself. He only my rock and my salvation, my defense. I shall not be moved. Now notice here. Notice here. Note this, notice. Right? That early he said, I'm not going to be greatly moved. You remember? He said in the second verse, he says, he only is my rock and my salvation, my high tower, my miskab, my abstraction. I shall not be greatly moved. Lo emot rabba, right? Much, rabba, enough, right? I'll be moving, not much. But now notice here the strengthening, right? The repetition, right? The refrain, but also the strength in the refrain. Here, he says, aku, right? Similar to the second verse, KJV wise. Ak, indeed, who? Indeed, it's him, none other, right? Ak, who? Right? Even he who be who he be. Ak, who? Suri, my rock, my strong place. We shuati, we and Yeshuati, we shuati, miskabi, my defense, my high tower, my height, right? My high place, right? My inaccessible place, my altitude, my height, almost like a bird, you know what I mean? Like, so all the problems like barking dogs, but you get to a higher height, right? And he's my higher height. Miskabi. Here he says, lo emot, lo emot, lo emot. Before he said, lo emot rabba, I won't be greatly moved. Here, the strength, right? Lo emot, I shall not be moved. Why? Because aku, indeed is he, right? Because of he. Aku tsuriya wiyashuati miskabi, lo emot, right? Shall not be moved. Lo emot. The omission of rabba, greatly, enoughly, right? In this repetition, right, of the second verse, right, is significant, is very significant, right? Now that a trial of faith has come upon him. See, in the trial of faith Psalms, you'll see a preponderance of the Elohim, right? The attribute Elohim as creator, right? But also as judge, because here there's a trial of a munato, of his faith, of his admittance, his confidence, his trust has come upon him, right? His self confidence here, right, has grown stronger. So even at this particular verse, there's a strengthening right here. Akua tsuri wi shuati miskabi lo emot, right? Not like earlier, lo emot rabba, right? Still getting up his strength, right? At this point, the strength is up, right? Lo emot. I would not be moved. I would not slip. I will not totter, be shaken, or stirred. Here, Zain, the seventh verse right here. Here we have the Zain verse right here. In God, in Elohim, in the Creator, in the Judge, my salvation and my glory, the rock of my strength, my refuge in Elohim, in the Creator, in the judge. Here he says, all Elohim Yish'i, Yish'i. Here he says, my salvation. Now, this is a different, remember earlier was Yeshuati, right? Here we have from the Yesha, 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 in the sense of Yish'i, Yish'i, my salvation, my victory. Notice here, this is the noun masculine, right, for salvation. So that salvation, this is the noun masculine. We'll touch on that. But here it's the Yesha, 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 Yesha. So here he said Yish'i, Yish'i, right? Yish'i. What do we have here? Right? He says all on Elohim. You know, we say like on God, on God. In a sense, he's saying on Elohim, on God, on the creator, on the judge, right? All Elohim, upon Elohim, Yish'i, my salvation, my saving. U and kabodi, and my glory. Sor uzi, Sor Uzi, Uzi, right? Sor Uzi, and the rock of my Uz, my Oz, my strength, my Uzi, the rock of my Uzi. Sor Uzi, right? Sor Uziya Machsi, 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 my refuge, my kind of bringing out the sense of my refuge, right? Belohim, my refuge is in Elohim. Machsi, be in Elohim, be Elohim, Belohim, right? Machsi, Belohim is in Elohim. So here, at this particular verse here, on Elohim, on the creator Yish'i. Now, the salvation, it's interesting. We'll touch on it, the deliverance, right? So there's a salvation for the soul, right? You know, that soul salvation. Now remember, he already addressed his soul, right? Now he's speaking for his soul. He told his soul, don't me, don't me, don't me. If I say to a woman, don't me, I'm telling her basically to be quiet, be silent. Don't me, nafshi. Right? Don't me, don't me, don't me, don't me, don't me, don't be doom, right? Shh. Al Elohim Yeshi, Ukavodi, Sor Uzi, Machsi, Belohim. All is in Elohim, up on Elohim. So the key here is when it says in God, right? In God, all upon Elohim, on Elohim. We say on God. The issue rests with him. The issue rests upon him, upon the creator, upon the judge. When he uses the term kavod, 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 kavodi, kavodi, right? My kavod, my honor, right? The honor in this sense is Dawid is speaking of his regal dignity, his honor. Because remember in the situation, Absalom and the revolt, the rebellion, all this was being threatened. So here Dawid is kind of, you could say, fortifying, right? Refortifying himself by saying, Al Elohim Yish'i, Ukabodi, Sor Uzi, the sword, the rock of Uzi. Here we have the Oz, right? Oz, strength, might, Oz, his material, physical strength, his personal and social, his political. In a sense, it's almost saying also his political, his kingly capital, right? Not the capital, the place, but like they say, like his credit. Like all of this is in Elohim. All of it rests upon Elohim. I'm gonna leave it to Elohim right here. So once again, Al Elohim Yish'i Ukavodi, Sor Uzi Machsi Belohim, and my Machase, Machsi, my shelter from rain, from storm, from danger, my shelter from all the kazab, all the lies, deception. My shelter, right, is in Elohim. Here, to the 8th verse right here to complete this section, the Chet verse right here. Got one more short section here, brothers and sisters. Here he says, trust. This brings him to the word trust. Trust in him at all times, people. Pour out your heart before him. Elohim, a refuge for us, for I and I. Selah, interlude, pause, think on this. Here. He say, Bitahu, Bitahu, Batach. Here we have the word Batach. Batach is to trust, right? To have confidence, to have boldness, security. Batach, right? Speaking to like you all, Bitahu. All of y'all trust, like a command. Trust y'all, be confident, be bold, y'all. right? Bitahu, right? Bitahu, Ba'u. It was trust Ba'u in him, right? Bitahu Ba'u Bikal ait. Trust in him, Bikal in all ait, in all times. Bitahu Ba'u Bikal ait. People, people, Bitahu Ba'u Bikal ait, Shifkua lifanayo lebabekem Elohim machase lanu Selah. He says shifku. Now shifku is this word here, literally pour out. Shafak, shifku, pour out, right? Shifku, pour out, spill out, pour out, right? Pour out before him. Right, you see right here, he says, Shifkua lifanayo, in his presence, spill it, right? Pour it out, expend it. You know what I mean? Pour out before him. Shifku lifanayo, before his face, in his presence, lebabekem, lebabekem, your lebab, your heart, your inner man, your inner mind, the innermost of your innocence. Pour it out, right? Pour it out. Now, it's interesting because it's used that word pour out, right? You can pour out a drink, you're like a libation, right? Almost like you could pour out, even like pouring out blood, right? But pour out, right, before him. Let it flow. Let it flow before him. Why? Right? He says, Elohim machase. Elohim is a machase, is a shelter, a refuge, right? Machase lanu, for anu is us, lanu, for us, Selah. Interesting how he repeats the sense of refuge. In the previous verse, he said that Elohim is my refuge, but I was continuing his reasonment with his soul, right? Now he turns to the people, right? And he says to the people, trust, right? The words may be spoken to Dawit. Some say these words could be spoken to David's adherents, right? Dawit is speaking this to his followers, as we have in 2 Samuel. So when you check out 2 Samuel, chapter 17, verse 2 is a good link with this verse here. 2 Samuel chapter 17, verse 2. Right? So he's speaking these words to his followers, his adherents, those who are royal and loyal, whose faith, right, whose faith may not have been as firm as his, and whose faith was not as firm as his. And they might be wavering right now. When we read over the historical books, we can see that clearly. Now, preferably, right, the verse, some say, is an exhortation to Yisrael, to call Yisrael in general, to all Israel in general. Some imagine that this might have been added to the psalm when it became used in public worship, right? Because the psalm, the core of it was something that Dawid chanted, right, even at the time. And then many of these chants that the people remember, they were reworked, right, into communal worship, right, into congregational worship at Zion, right, to take themselves, right, to the trust in Elohim, who alone, right, who alone shone, was the true light through Dawid's life. So taking heart from the anointed, right, of Yisrael, from Dawid. So here the Selah gives us an opportunity here, another pause at this point to kind of take to heart, these words here. And then in completion right here, we have verses 9 to 12, right? So here, the 8th verse right here, this section here is called the grounds for confidence, right? So he says trust, the grounds for trust, the grounds for this surety, right? For this security, this boldness, right? We can boldly enter in, right? He says, surely men, right? Surely men of low degree, vanity, men of high degree, a lie. To be laid in the balance, they altogether than vanity. They altogether. The words italicized are not there, right? They are altogether, the sense of altogether alike, right? Than vanity, right? So right here we have another ak. Remember, 6 times here in the psalm, indeed. So this indeed, Ak, Hebel. Aka Hebela b'nei Adam Kazaba b'nei Ish Be Moznaim La Alota Hema Meya Hebela Yahad. Here he says Ak, indeed, for sure. Hebel or Hevel. Aka Hevel. Hevel or Hebel. What we have is Hebel, right? Hebel, Habel. This is vanity. The word for vanity in Hebrew, Hebel, Habel, basically means a vapor, a breath, like a vapor, because it's unsubstantial. Like a vapor, like in wintertime, it just it goes away so quickly, right? A vapor, right? Because of its emptiness, right? The transitoriness of a vapor, like a puff of smoke, so to speak, right? In that sense, it's not really firm. So this is the word also that's brought out, Hebraically as vanity. It's a puff of air, a vapor. So he says, surely men of low degree. Now, something we have to bring out here. This is a good teaching on the Adam and the Ish, right? The Adam and the Ish, right? Here when it says men of he says, Ak Hebel b'nei Adam, right? Ak Hebel b'nei Adam. So what it's saying in the Hebrew is like, indeed, vanity is the son of Adam, is the sons of Adam. The sons of Adam is men of low degree. So when it says men of low degree, it's the word Adam and it's the word Ben or B'nai. B'nai, sons of Adam. So Adam, right, is often used in the Hebrew for low degree, general rank and file men. And men of higher degree are considered Ish, right? The Ish. Remember when Adam saw Eve, he said that she would be called Isha, woman, because she came from Ish. So even at that time, man recognized himself, Adam recognized himself at a higher level, right? But anyway, that's a whole other reasoning there. But the low degree man is son of Adam. The high degree man is the B'nai Ish. Here the Hebrew. Ak, Hebel, B'nai Adam, Kazab, B'nai Ish. So the men of high degree is Kazab. Kazab. Remember the Kazab? Kazab, right, was a lie. Kazab, a lie, falsehood, untruth, right? Falsehood, deceptive thing, fraud, right? Kazab. So men of low degree are like vanity, or like a puff of air, vapor. They're here today, gone tomorrow. And men of high degree are like lie. Ak, indeed, for sure, indeed. Hebel b'nei Adam, Kazab b'nei Ish, be Moznaim. And in the Mozen, in the scales, Mozanim is scales, be Mozanim la alot, right? In the scales, for the scales to go up, when it says laid in the balance, Mozain. So we have Mozain is a scale, right? Be Moznaim in the scales, right? In the scales right here, the Moznaim, right? La lot, right? To go up. When you're weighing something and the scales start to go up and down, in that way right there, yeah. It says, Hema, they themselves, right? May Hebel from vapor, Yahad, from vapor or from vanity, they are like. They are like from vanity. They are like from vanity, So he's saying that they all are basically vain right here. So this is bringing out they are like vain. So what do we have right here? The translation fails. Most of these translations here, like the KJV, it fails to reproduce the important introductory ak, right? It does say surely, right? Like nothing but vanity are men, whether they are regular men, like B'nai Adam, sons of Adam, men in general, or whether they are men that should be of a station of some authority, some standing, right? B'nai Ish, right? They are all together, right? Vain. So men of low degrees, right, is sons of Adam. Men of high degree is son of Ish, right? The Hebrew is the same as we have in the earlier Psalm, Psalm 49, where it says, both low and high, hear ye, both low and high, rich and poor all together. Well, the low man is the B'nai Adam, son of Adam. The high man is the B'nai Ish. But here, the reference is to men of varying status, the different men that were following his son Absalom, right? There were men of low degrees, regular schmegulars, and there were some really important men, B'nai Ish, that should have known better. But all of them all together was Mehebel Yahad, right? From vapor, from a breath, unsubstantial, vain, vapor, breath, right? Something unsubstantial. Here one moment, gone the next, right? A lie. He says that a lie, kazab, right? Wealth and influence that distinguish them from the masses. Right? When we talk about the men of high station, the B'nai Ish, he said they're kazab B'nai Ish, right? They had wealth and influence that distinguished them from the masses, but they were without stability, right? And they could easily also be swept away. Their standing and who they thought they were. That's why he says, if they're laid in the balance, right? Literally in the Hebrew, it's a beautiful phrase. In the Hebrew, it says, B'moznaim alot. B'moznaim la'alot. Like, if they're laid in the balance or more in the balances to go up. So when the balances go up, like when you weigh something, you see how the plates, the balances go, right? And when the balances go up, on the scales, they register no weight. And the pan ascends. And the pan ascends, they register no weight. The pan goes up, right? They are lighter than air. They're lighter than a puff of air, a vapor, right? The Hebrew preposition may suggest a comparison, but more likely the sense is they are all together vain. They are all together like a breath, a vapor, a fleeting breath, a fleeting vapor. They all consist of nothing else than breath that has no substance. There's no substance. So when I saying vain, he's saying there's no substance to them. Right? Here to the Yod verse, the 10th verse right here. Let's push through right here. Trust, right? Not. So remember earlier he said trust in him, right? In Elohim. Here his advice is trust not in downpression and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart. Don't set your mind. The word upon them is frivolous, right? Don't set your heart. If riches increase, don't set your heart, right? Not even upon them. Don't set your heart because of riches, right? Right? Like don't set your heart. Don't upset your heart. Tiva tehua be oshek, ua be gazel al tehibalu, chayil Kia Yanuba ala Tashitu Le. Okay, let's break this verse down right here. Here. First, trust not in oppression. Al tivtehu, tivtehu, be oshek, right? Trust not in oshek, right? Don't trust in downpression, extortion, oshek, right? Gain by extortion, oshek. Also can be brought out more as injury, fraud, right? Injury, fraud, right? Alativa tehu bi or shek is as the means of gaining an unworthy end, fraud. People do fraud to gain an unworthy end. Indeed, trust in him at all times, as we had in the earlier verse, right? If your aims are worthy and have his sanction, his baraka, he may be depended upon to bring them to fruition. But don't think that you're going to gain it by fraud, by oshek, right? That's why it says right here, al tiv tehu bi oshek. Trust not in downpression. And put not vain hope in robbery, and become not vain, right? In robbery. Put not vain hope in robbery. Ua bi gazel al tehbalu. Al tehbalu. U be gazel, and in gazel, robbery, something plundered, gazel, right? Uber gazel, and in robbery, in plunder. What do we have here? Become not vain in robbery, right? In plunder, right? As in Job chapter 27, verse 12 has a good, resonance, it reflects this verse here, Job 27:12. Ill-gotten gains will yield no permanent advantage. You might get a temporary bump, right? Might get a temporary bump, but watch out for the thump, right? So here is habal, right? Habal, to act vainly. So remember, habel is like vanity in the sense of a breath, a puff. Here's the verb, right? One can act like a puff of air, right? In other words, can act vain. Ube gazel in robbery al tehbalu, right? Tehbalu. And then lastly here, in this verse, it says, if riches increase, right? If riches increase. So here it says chayil. Now notice here we have the word chayil, right? The word chayil for riches. We touched on this even previously, talking about the eshet chayil, the woman of virtue, the woman of strength, the strong woman, right? So this word here, right, also is used for wealth, but it also can be strength, like this is an interesting word here because I like the definition down here, right? It's like force. It's like force, like power, whether of men, if your men increase, you got enough more men with you, if your means like wealth or other resources increase. But here they bring this out as the translators as riches, right? So here we have as riches. If chayil, right? It says chayil kia yanub. Chayil, power, right? That could be power of men, of position, of wealth, right? Ki yanub, right? Ki yanub, when it noob, Nubian, noob, ki yanub. In Hebrew, the word noob means to bear fruit. Mm. Uh-huh. All right. So I mean Nubian would have a good, yeah. So but it says Chayim Ki Yanub. So when your power, wealth, Yanub, when it bears fruit, it increases. Al Tashitu Lay. Al don't, right? Tashitu, don't shitu. Al Tashitu, don't set, don't put, don't constitute, right? In a sense, to place, right? Do not think that the influence that goes with wealth, power, position, men, means, other resources, right, really has the power. That power doesn't really have the power of accomplishing, right? Of accomplishing, right? Where are we right here? Of accomplishing your purposes when they are evil, right? Therefore, if you see riches increase, right, in the possession of evil men, right, do not be envious. This is where it connects with the other song, fret not thyself. Do not be envious of their seeming good fortune, right? And be not tempted, right, to imitate, right, to imitate their example. What is brought out in these verses right here? Alatif tehua be'osheka, ube gazel ala tehbalu, chayil kiyanub, ala tashitu lay. Don't set heart. Don't y'all set heart. Right here. Right to the Yod Aleph here, verse 11. Right. Elohim have spoken once. Twice have I heard this. That power to Elohim, power, strength, right? Power to Elohim. Now here we have the Oz power, right? But here, it says, Achata dibera Elohim. Shitaim zu shamaiti ki oz lelohim. Achat once, achat one time, achat diber spoke Elohim. One spoke the Creator, one spoke the Judge. Achat diber Elohim. Shitayim zu or shtaim zu or shitayim zu, right? Right? Twice this, right? Twice this. Shitayim zu, twice zu, this, right? Shamaiti. I have heard. Twice this I have heard. Shtaim zu shamaiti, right? Ki oz, right? For, because oz, strength, power, might, oz, right? Lelohim is of Elohim, is of the Creator, is of the Judge, is of God. Right here. Once, twice. Achat, shetayim, shtayim. Right? Once here, achat. Now here we have echad. You see echad right here? In the verse before us in the Hebrew, we have achat. Because it's like saying this is one he, and achat is one she, right? So here it says achat, right? Once, right? Once, right? Achat diber Elohim. Once Elohim have spoken, right? Shetayim. It's the second one, right? Shetayim. Shetayim. Some speakers might say it might sound like shtaim, shtaim. Shetayim, if you contract it, shtaim, shtaim, shetayim zu. Right, right. Shetayim zoo. Oh, down here for the zoo, right? It's a rare form, but it does a particle. It happens this, such zoo. Shetayim zoo, right? Such a, twice this, twice like this, right? Twice, right? Shemayati, have I heard this, right? Twice this I have heard. Literally, Shetayim zu, right? Shemayati. That what? Oz lelohim. Oz, might and strength. Material, might and strength is Elohim. Physical, might and strength is Elohim. Personal, might and strength is Elohim. Social, strength and might. Political, strength and might. All is Elohim. So once, twice. Echat, shetayim. This is an idiom signifying repetition. So in the Hebrew sense, when these things are said, it's an idiom, an idiomatic way of saying repeat. One time, two time, sense of repetition. Have I heard this? Right? Have I heard this? Zu Shetayim. The psalmist claims that the doctrine he proclaims, this is the doctrine he's proclaiming here, teaching, right? He's claiming that the teaching here he proclaims is not his own invention, right? But the teaching of Elohim, right? And remember I said the achat, t is feminine because speaking about Torah, right? And Torah also in the context is feminine, yes? So the teaching, right, the Torah of Elohim that has been communicated to him. We have this in Psalm 85, Psalm 85, round about verse 8, verse 9. He has even heard it more than once, right? Once, twice. What is the doctrine that Oz lelohim? Strength belongeth to Elohim, power and strength belongeth to the Creator. Consequently, his will always decides the outcome. So what Dawid is saying here is like, no matter what, Elohim's will be done, right? His will always decides the outcome. And the resources of men are powerless to resist it. So what if they got a lot of people? You know what I mean? They got a lot of people on their side. I mean, who cares about that? You know what I mean? This is the foundation upon that rests the confidence in him, right? The fate that has overtaken his adversaries, right, demonstrated how well grounded such trust was, right? So when we read the narrative and see what happened to those who were his adversaries, we can see how his trust here was truly, right, rewarded. So here, right, here to the Yod Bait verse right here, right, here to the final verse of today's daily song, right? Also to thee, Adonai. So here we get Adonai, right? Lord of his mercy, Adonai, Adonai, right? Unto thee, to thee. Also to the eye, Adonai, mercy, right? Here to the eye, mercy, chesed, loving kindness, mercy, right? And loving kindness. For thou renderest, right? Thou renderest to every man according to his work. Thou does what? You see the word shalom, right? Shalom from the root of shalom, right? To be in a covenant of peace, right? But it's not the first sense of shalom, but it's a secondary, it's the next sense of shalom, which means to do what? To make good, to pay, to requite, to recompense, to make it good, right? But shalem in Hebrew means like to pay your vows, to pay, to render, to make peace, to pay. Interesting sense in the Hebrew, right? But here, let's go to the top right here. Uleka Adonai chased, ki ata tishalem leish, ka ma'asehu. He's saying U and Lika, and to the I male, and none other. U Lika, Ulka, Ulcha Adonai, to the I, mine Adoni I. Chesed, Chesed is loving kindness, right? To the I is loving kindness, like thine is the loving kindness. U Lika Adonai Chesed. Ki ata, for you, male, and none other. Ki ata, because ata, the I. Kiata, kiata tishalem. Kiata tishalem. For you will shalem, tishalem. You will pay, right? You will render, right? You will pay leish, to the ish, right? To the man, to the ish. Ka, according, ma'aseh, his the work, who work of him, according to the work of him, according to his work. Ka ma'asehu. So the fuller verse here, uleka Adonai chesed ki ata tishalem leish ka ma'asehu. You will render, you will pay to every man according to his work. So the key word here is chesed here. The chesed, right, is the mercy. The key word right here is the chesed, right? They say, "Oh Lord of His mercy." So this is like a Lord of His mercy verse, right? Right here, Uleka Adonai chesed, right? Uleka Adonai chesed, right? Mercy. It is interesting to know that in the midst of the truly, really just, right? Not religious, but the truly, really just Israelite, there is no contradistinction between mercy and justice. Right? So to the really just Israelite mind, there's not a contradistinction between mercy and justice. To render to every man according to his work, kuma'asehu, right? To render to every man according to his ma'asa, right, is a mark of love as well as of power, and is possible only to perfect power and perfect love combined in the all perfect one. Thou renderest the work. Right? So here, right? Thou renderest tishalem, right? You shalom, right? You shalom. Like we say right here, it means to make peace in one sense of the Hebrew, and to complete, right? To be sound, uninjured, but also it means to finish, to complete, to make safe, but it also has the meaning to make good. Like it says, you shall make it good. Literally, you shall pay, you shall restore, you shall make compensation, you shall make good, you shall pay, or in the sense of you shall requite, recompense, or reward, right? That's the sense of tishalem. Ki ata tishalem, for the I will render, will pay, right? Every man kama'asehu, according to his work. This clause here that we have was in the mind of the writer of Proverbs. So if Shlomo HaMelech, the son of King David, right, Ben Dawid, right? If he is really the author of the book of Proverbs, as we say yea and amen, then he must have got this from his father, right? Proverbs chapter 24, verse 12, right? And some say this is quoted by him. So here in sealing up this psalm, we're going to do a little father and son right here, right? On the positive note, right? You know, to the other son, Shlomo, right? So here, let's go 24, right? Verse 12, right? And let's look at this right here, right? Right. So here it says, right? If thou sayest, behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider? And he that keepeth thy soul, doth he know? And shall he render to man according to his works? So here, right, no doubt from this psalm right here, right, interesting, David being persecuted by one son, right, right, and then the other son, right, will pick up on his psalm, right, that psalm that he chanted even during times of persecution. So here, ki tomar rehain lo yadaenu ze haloa tokela libot hu yabin we notzera nafsheka hu yeda'a where Heshiba le Adam ka pa'olo. Now here use a different word, ka fa'olo, pa'al instead of ma'aseh, right? So a different sort of work, and instead of the ish, we have the Adam here. But still the general sense, is well received. Right here, Chabarim, today's daily psalm. We spent a full here. But hopefully it was therapeutic for ones and ones, just to go through the full. Here. Let's bring this forward right here, a little dubwise right here. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 62. Yes. Let's go with this right here.
Yo, TG. Now, yeah, man. My life.
מזמור ס"ב למנצח על ידותון מזמור לדוד. אך אל אלוהים דומיה נפשי, ממנו ישועתי. אך הוא צורי וישועתי, משגבי לא אמות רבה. עד אנה תהותתו על איש, תרצחו כולכם כקיר נטוי, גדר הדחויה. אך מסתו יעצו להדיח, ירצו חזב, בפיו יברכו, ובקרבם יקללו סלע. אך לאלוהים דומי נפשי, כי ממנו תקוותי. אך הוא צורי וישועתי, משגבי לא אמות. על אלוהים ישעי וכבודי, צור עוזי מחזי באלוהים. ביטחו בו בכל עת עם, שפכו לפניו לבבכם, אלוהים מחסה לנו סלע. אך הבל בני אדם, כזב בני איש, במאזניים לעלות, המה מהבל יחד. אל תפתחו בעושק, וגזל אל תהבלו, חיל כי ינוב, אל תשיתו לב. אחת דיבר אלוהים, שתיים זו שמעתי, כי עוז לאלוהים. ולך אדוני חסד, כי אתה תשלם לאיש כמעשהו.
למנצח על ידותון מזמור לדוד. אך אל אלוהים דומיה נפשי, ממנו ישועתי. אך הוא צורי וישועתי, משגבי לא אמות רבה. עד אנה תהותתו על איש תרצחו, כולכם כקיר נטוי, גדר דחויה. אך משאתו יעצו להדיח, ירצו חזב, בפיו יברכו, ובקרבם יקללו סלע. אך לאלוהים דומי נפשי, כי ממנו תקוותי. אך הוא צורי וישועתי, משגבי לא אמות. על אלוהים ישועי וכבודי, צור עוזי מחסי באלוהים, ביטחו בו בכל עת, עם שפכו לפניו לבבכם. אלוהים מחסה לנו סלע, אך הבל בן אדם כזב, בן איש במאזניים לעלות, המה מהבל יחד. אל תפתחו בעושק, וגזל אל תהבלו, חיל כי ינוב אל תשיתו לב. אחת דיבר אלוהים, שתיים זו שמעתי, כי עוז אלוהים, ולך אדוני חסד, כי אתה תשלם לאיש כמעשהו.
Cashflow Production.
Psalm 62. Truly my soul waiteth upon God. From him cometh my salvation. He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be greatly moved. How long will ye imagine mischief against a man? Ye shall be slain, all of you. As a bowing wall shall ye be, and as a tottering fence. They only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Selah. My soul, Wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from him. He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be moved. In God is my salvation and my glory. The rock of my strength and my refuge is in God. Trust in him at all times. Ye people, pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us. Selah. Surely men of low degree are vanity, and men of high degree are a lie. To be laid in the balance, they are altogether lighter than vanity. Trust not in oppression, and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart upon them. God hath spoken once, twice have I heard this, that power belongeth unto God. Also unto thee, O Lord, belongeth mercy. For thou renderest to every man according to his work, to his work, to his work, to his work, 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 work,
מזמור ס"ב למנצח על ידותון מזמור לדוד. אך אל אלוהים דומיה נפשי, ממנו ישועתי. אך הוא צורי וישועתי, משגבי לא אמות רבה. עד אנה תהוטטו על איש, תרצחו כולכם כקיר נטוי, גדר הדחויה. אך מסתו יעצו להדיח, ירצו חזב, בפיו יברכו, ובקרבם יקללו סלע. אך לאלוהים דומי נפשי, כי ממנו תקוותי. אך הוא צורי וישועתי, משגבי לא אמות. על אלוהים ישעי וכבודי, צור עוזי מחזי באלוהים. ביטחו בו בכל עת עם, שפכו לפניו לבבכם. אלוהים מחסה לנו סלע. אך הבל בני אדם, כזב בני איש, במאזניים לעלות, המה מהבל יחד. אל תפתחו בעושק, וגזל אל תהבלו, חיל קיינו, אל תשיתו לב. אחת דיבר אלוהים, שתיים זו שמעתי, כי עוז לאלוהים. ולך אדוני חסד, כי אתה תשלם לאיש כמעשה, 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 כמעשה,
Kama'asehu as his work, according to his work. Kama'asehu. Kama'asehu. Yes, 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 yes. So judgment, judgment, judgment. Yes, yes, yes. So here. Shall we proceed forward right here, moving to the first day service? So at this particular point of the podcast, we call this like just a crossover. We're going to stay on right here. If the system is still good right here, we're going to keep moving, pushing it forward. Just a tune right here, just to bring us forward right here. This tune right here, Judgment. Whoa.
And I know it's true. Anything you do, coming right back to you. Many a call, but the chosen of you. Make sure say you call with the righteous crew, or never indulge up in a box stew. With the idol stew, that's at the right brew. Healthy foods keep you pure judgment time. Open your eyes and stop being blind. Seek and you search, surely will find. Selassie never wrought with the wonders and sign. Work hard for yours and I'll work for mine. Show some love and be kind. Stop from your crime. Tell you could never ever get left behind. No, can't run from the charge. According to your works you'll be paid. Can't run from the charge. What you think so you do on what you say. You can't run from the judgment. No time to play. You can't run from the judgment. King Selassie done sees with the make sense you run. What you gonna do now your judgment come? You eat up your bread and give the youth them the crumb. You drink up your wine and have all the fun. Tell me who give the people the gun. Tell me who's gonna get the fire burn. Whether from flames or it a come from the sun. You woulda never know from whence it a come. And like a bomb it a fi bring forth fire. Yeah, escape get caught in the wire. Wicked man, full time you expire. Sucking me blood like a damn vampire. No matter what I want, can this thing deny ya? I will keep going higher. Higher like the one Jeremiah. Over there, Hezekiah, Nehemiah, Zachariah. Boy, can't run from the charge. According to your works, you'll be paid. Can't run from the charge. What you think so you do on what you say. Can't run from the judgment.
Can't run, can't run. No, 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 no. Can't run, can't run. According to the works, be paid. So right here we have Teruma. So here, approaching the first day service. So Shavua Tov, a good Shavua. Yeah. No, I was just thinking, the podcast, usually we would go forward to like the first day service. We're going to keep pushing forward right here. Here we have this 19th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong right here. This week's Torah portion, the 19th, Teruma. Here picking up Exodus chapter 25, first verse, to chapter 27, verse 19 right here. Then we have the Haftarah, the prophet's reading. Known Hebraically as the Haftarah, we break it down as the prophet's reading. First Kings chapter 5, focus verses verse 12 to chapter 6, verse 13. And then the New Testament reading, the Brit Chadasha, we have 2 Corinthians chapter 9, focus verses 1 to 15. And Matthew, Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 5, focus verses 33 to 37. Some of the themes here, Chabarim, the overview. We have the offering for the tabernacle, the offering for the sanctuary, right? The Mikdash and the Mishkan, right? The dwelling place. We also have the Ark, what's called the Ark of the Covenant, but take note that in the text, often we miss this. First, it's called the Ark of the Testimony. What is the testimony, right? Then later the covenant, right? But the testimony, the Ark of the Testimony, aka the Ark of the Covenant. Then the table for the bread of the presence, also the menorah, properly the menorah, not candlestick as the translator translates, but the menorah, right? The menorah, the lampstand, the tabernacle, right? The tent, the tabernacle, and its framework, right? The curtain, right? The altar of the burnt offering, and the courtyard, and its hanging. In the prophet's reading, the Haftarah, in 1 Kings chapter 5, we have the preparations and the materials for the temple. Then we have in chapter 6, Shlomo, Solomon, he builds the temple. So it's an interesting study from the tabernacle of Moses, right? We have here in the Torah reading and feeding, to the tent of David, the tabernacle of David, and then to the temple, the stone temple of Shlomo, of Solomon, right? So some of this we'll get into, hopefully. Maybe we'll have another short service, after the full here, and we'll touch on some of the notes, some main questions, just a kind of a go over. But first things first, this 19th reading from HaTorah, from the Torah, is named Teruma. right? That key word is found in Exodus chapter 25 and 2, where Yahweh commands Moshe to tell the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, to take, right, a contribution. That is the word teruma, the offering, the up offering for me. The word translated as contribution, or in some versions on the KJV as offering, is teruma, teruma. That is the name of this Torah reading and feeding the 19th. Teruma, as we have mentioned, going through the Shabua, right, the week, right, is a word with no real English equivalent. It's more like an offering, like an up offering, right? It has a sense of an up, right? Lifting up is in it because the root is room, to lift up, to exalt, to lift up, like an up offering. So it's a word with no real, like, English directly equivalent, right? In the Torah, teruma, it refers to a certain type of offering that is like dedicated to the temple or the tabernacle, right? It's like, remember we saying it's like a tithe. It's not a tithe, but it's like that, or first fruit offering. In Exodus chapter 25, this teruma, this offering or contribution, is more of the contribution. The teruma here, the up offering here, is the contribution for the building of a holy place, of a sanctuary, called in the Hebrew Mikdash. The Mikdash come from the Kadash, a set apart place. This Torah reading is occupied with the instructions for the construction of the structure known as the tabernacle, the building of the tabernacle and its furniture and its furnishing. Now, there's some interesting, themes, chabarim, right here. You shall put into the ark the testimony that I shall give you. Then in the text here, we find that it repeats, the ark of the testimony. So the ark, this box, first was where the testimony would be put, right? And then we can ask the question, well, what was the testimony? In other words, what is it that we are to testify to? But here, first things first, right here, let's touch on the Torah reading and feeding. Once again, we have these 7 aliyot here. So usually in communities, these 7 will be read on the Sabbath day. Here we are transferring this here even to the first day service here on the air in the iris. So first things first, right? Let us begin with the Shema Yisrael, right? And then we will, here Queen Makeda, right? The Shema, right? Here Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. to verse 9, and Brother Malkia Tzedek, Melchizedek here. Oh.
Because you have rejected his instructions.
Yes. Give thanks, Malkada, and Malkia Tzedek right there. That was the Shema from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Hear, O Israel, hear and obey, O Yisrael. Yahweh, he who be Eloheinu, our Elohim, Yahweh, he who be Echad. And then from verses 5 to 9, the section right here, this is the full of the Shema. And thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka, your Elohim, with all thine heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. Here, instructions and warnings, verse 6. And these words, this is what our sister, she chanted in the Hebrew, the biblical Hebrew. And these words that I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. Verse 7. And thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou layest down, and when thou risest up. Verse 8. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. Verse 9. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and upon thy gates, upon the posts, the mezuzah, and on thy gates. So right here, the Shema. So here, this Torah reading and feeding right here, O Yisrael. Here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here. Shema Yisrael. Here, give ear right here. Here for the 19th Rastafari sabbatical study, sabbatical Seder, and here for this Shabbat Strong. Here for Shabbat Teruma. Here picking up the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. Here from the Sefer Shemot, from the book of the names. We have Yod 8, the 19th. Here picking up with chapter Kaf Hey, chapter 25. Second book of Moses. Here for the Rishon Ali. Here for the first of offering up here for this Shabbat Teruma. Sabbath, offering. Moshe in the mount. The tabernacle. The first item, the materials. B'Shem ha'av v'habein v'ruach ha'kadosh Yahuwah echad. V'yidaberi Yahuwah el Moshe leimor. Daber el b'nei Yisrael. V'yikachu li teruma me'et kol ish. Asher yidveinu lipo. Tikochua eta terumati. And Yahuwah and Jehovah spake to Moses, saying, V'yidaber Yahuwah il Moshe leimor. Speak to the children of Yisrael. Speak to the children of Israel, that they bring an offering. Of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart, ye y'all shall take my offering. Daver il b'nei Yisrael. Speak, daver il b'nei Yisrael, to the children, to the b'nei Yisrael, to the sons of Yisrael. V'yikachu li teruma. That they bring me an offering. V'yikachu li. That they take for me, take for I, v'yikachu li teruma, an offering, teruma, a contribution, v'yikachu li teruma, me'ei to call ish, of every man, me'ei to call ish, asher yidveinu libo, of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart. Asher yidveinu libo, for willing heart yidveinu libo, tikochu eta terumati, ye y'all shall take my offering, terumati, my contribution, and this, the offering, that y'all shall take of them, gold and silver and brass, with zot, ha teruma asher tikochu meitam zahav wa kesef ua nechoshet, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goats here, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and sweet incense, sweet ancients, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, and in the breastplate, the choshen, and let them and make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. With asuli mikdash, with shakanti bitokam, and make me a sanctuary. The asuli, for me, make. With asuli mikdash, a holy place, a mikdash, a sanctuary. With shakanti, that I may dwell. The shakanti bitokam, that I may dwell among them. According to all that I shew thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye y'all make. K'kol asher ani mar'eh oteka, Eita tavnita ha-mishkan, Eita tavnita kola kelayo, Ken ta'isu. The tabernacle. Second item, ha'aron. Second item, the tabot. The second item, the ark. Verse 10. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shalt make upon it a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof, and 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And thou, the eye, shalt make staves, shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of ha'aron, by the sides of the tabot, by the sides of the ark, that ha'aron, that the ark, that the tabot may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of ha'aron, of the ark of the tabot. They shall not be taken from it. And thou, the eye, shalt put into ha'aron, into the tabot, into the ark, the testimony that I shall give thee, with Natata illa harona eta ha'eduta asher etena eleka. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, for the Sheni, here for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second offering up, the second reading here, for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offerings, Sabbath contribution. Here picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, that is called Exodus chapter 25, here at verse 17, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second offering up. With Asita Ka Poret Zahav, Tahora Amatayim, Wa Heitzi Arikaha, with Ama, Wa Chetzi Rachevaha, and thou shalt make a mercy seat. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. The asita kaporet, a mercy seat, a kaporet. Asita kaporeta zahabat ahora amataim. And thou shalt make a kaporet, a mercy seat, pure gold. Wa chetzi arekaha, we ama wa chetzi rachevaha. 2 cubits and a half the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And thou shalt make 2 cherubim, cherubim of zahav, of gold. Beaten work shalt thou make them in the 2 ends of the kaporet of the mercy seat. and make one kiruv, cherub, on the one end and the other kiruv, cherub, on the other end, even. Of the kaporet of the mercy seat shall ye, y'all, make the kiruvim, the cherubim, on the two ends thereof. And hakipurim, the cherubim, shall stretch forth wings on high, covering hakaporet, the mercy seat, with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Towards the mercy seat hakaporet shall the faces of hakipurim, kiruvim, the faces of the cherubim, ha-kirubim, be. And thou shalt put ha-kaporet, the mercy seat, above upon ha-aron, the ark, the tabot. And in ha-aron, in the ark, in the tabot, thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give thee. And there will I meet with thee. And there will I meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, hakaporet, from between the two kiruvim, cherubim, that upon the ark of the testimony of all things, that I will give thee in commandment to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children of Yisrael. ונתתה את הכפורת על הארון מלמעלה ואלה הארון תיתן את העדות אשר אתן אליך. And thou shalt put the ark cover, hakaporet, above upon Haaron, the ark, and in Haaron, the ark, thou shalt put the testimony. Allah Harona mila ma'ila wila Harona titena ha'eduta. Thou shalt put the testimony ha'edut, that I shall give thee asher eten eleka. And they are I will meet with thee I. With no'adati, yaleka, and there I will meet with the eye. With no'adati yaleka, sham, there, sham, with no'adati leka, sham, and there I will meet with the eye. With divartiya iteka, and I will speak with the eye. With divarti iteka, and there I will speak with the eye from above the ark cover. May all ha-kaporet, from above the kaporet. May all ha-kaporet. Mi bein shnei ha-kerurim, with the eye from above the ark cover, from between the two kirubim. Mi bein shnei ha-kerurim, that are upon the ark of the testimony. Asher al Aaron ha-edut, of all things that I will give thee in commandment to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children, to the sons of Yisrael. Eit kol asher e'saweh otika Il B'nai Yisrael. The tabernacle. Third item, the table of shew bread. Verse 23. Thou shalt also make a table, shittim wood, 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure zahav, pure gold, and make thereto a crown of zahav, of gold round about, and thou shalt make to it a border of an hand breadth round about, and thou shalt make a golden crown to the border thereof round about, and thou shalt make for it 4 rings of gold, zahab, and put the rings in the 4 corners that on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves, to bear, to carry, to bear the table. And thou shalt make the staves shittim wood, and overlay them with zahav, with gold, and that the table may be borne with them. And thou shalt make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof to cover withal. Pure zahav, pure gold shalt thou make them. And thou shalt set upon the table shewbread before me, before I, always. ונתתה על השולחן לחם פנים לפני תמיד. And thou shalt set upon the table shewbread before I always. ונתתה על השולחן, and thou shalt set upon the shulchan. ונתתה על השולחן לחם panim. Show bread, bread of the faces, bread of the presences. Lechem panim. Lefanai tamid. Before I, before me, always. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, Le Sephardim. Here for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah, third up offering, Le Sephardim, according to the Sephardim here, second book of Moshe, Hebrew book, that is called Exodus chapter 25, here at verse 31, for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah, Le Sephardim. We'asita me norata zahabat ahora, mikasha teya ase, ha-menorah, ye-rekaha, we-kanaha, ge-bi-eha, kafa-toreha, ufaracheha, miyamenaha, yehiyu, miyamenah, yehiyu. The tabernacle, fourth item, the golden lampstand, the golden menorah. Here for the Shalishile Sephardim. And thou shalt make a menorah, a lampstand, pure gold, pure zahav. Beaten work shall the menorah, the lampstand, be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers shall be of the same. With asita menorata zahav tahora. And thou shalt make a menorah, lampstand of pure gold. We'asita menorata zahabat ahora. Mikasha te aseh, of beaten work. Mikasha te aseh. Ha menorah. Ye rekaha, of beaten work shall the menorah be made. Even its base, its shaft, its cup, it's not.
I'll pause right there. Instead of his shaft and his branches, is actually in the Hebrew is her shaft. Menorah is feminine in the Hebrew, so that's a false translation. Her shaft and her branches, her bowls and her knobs and her flowers. Listen to the ha there at the end tells us, yes?
Its knobs and its flowers shall be of one piece. With it. Mikasha te aseh ha menorah ye rekaha we kanaha gevieha kafatoreha ufaracheha miyamena yehiyu. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it. 3 branches of ha-menorah, of the lampstand, out of the one side, and 3 branches of ha-menorah, the lampstand, out of the other side. 3 bowls made like to almonds, a knot and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, a knot and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of ha-menorah, out of the lampstand. And in ha-menorah, the lampstand, shall be 4 bowls made like to almonds, their knops and their flowers. And there shall be a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of ha-menorah, out of the lampstand. their knops and their branches shall be of the same. All it shall be one beaten work of pure gold, zahav tahor. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof and the snuff dishes thereof shall be of zahav tahor, of pure gold, gold, gold. A talent of zahav tahor, pure gold, shall he make it with all these vessels. And look, that thou make after their pattern that was shewed thee I in the mount. Urei wa esei bitava nitam asher ata ma'e bahar, and see urei. See, and see. Wa is say, de tavnitam, and see that thou make them after their pattern. Wa is say, de tavnitam, asher ata mar'eh bahar, that is being shewn to the eye. Asher hata mar'eh bahar, in the mount. Bahar, on the mount.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear for the Shalishi Aliyah, here for this Shabbat Teruma. Here picking up with the second book of Moses, the Hebrew book that's called Exodus. Here from the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names, Exodus chapter 26. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah. The tabernacle, Ha-Mishkan. The fifth item, the curtains of linen. We'eta Ha-Mishkan ta'iseh Asara Yeriota Sheisha Mashazara Uta Kelet we Argamana we Tolata Shani Keruim Ma'iseya Choshev Ta'ise Otam. Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle 10 curtains, fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, cherubim, cherubims, of cunning work, shalt thou make them. We'eta ha-mishkana ta'iseh. Moreover, thou shalt make the mishkan, ha-mishkan. We'eta ha-mishkana ta'iseh. Asara ye'reota, with 10 curtains. Sheisha mashazara, of fine twined linen. Sheisha mashazar, tekelet, and blue. Tekelet, and blue. Tekelet, with argaman, and purple. The argaman, and purple. With tolaat, and scarlet. The tolaat, and scarlet. Shani kerurim, with cherubim. Ma'iseya chosheva ta'iseh otam, the work of the skillful workman shalt thou make them. Ma'iseya choshev ta'iseh otam. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one to another, and other. 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another, and thou shalt make loops. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the sleeve edge, in the coupling, and likewise shalt thou make in the uppermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shalt thou make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shalt thou make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And thou shalt make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. The tabernacle, Hamishkan, the 6th item, the curtains of goats here, verse 7. And thou shalt make curtains, goats, to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shalt thou make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shalt double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain, that is, outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain that coupleth the second. And thou shalt make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side, to cover it. The tabernacle, Hamishkan, the 7th item, the covering of ram's skins, verse 14. And thou, the eye, shalt make a covering for the tent, ram skins dyed red, and a covering above, badges, with asita, mikse, la ohel, orot, eilim, mi adamim, ua mikseya orota, te hashim, mila ma'illa. And thou, the eye, shalt make a covering for the tent, with asita, mikase, la ohel, of ram skins dyed red, orota, elim, mi adamim, dyed red, mi adamim, ua mikase, and a covering, u mikse, orota, te hashim, mila ma'illa, and a covering of seal skins above.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rabi'i, here for the 4th Aliyah, the 4th reading, the 4th offering, here for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offering, Sabbath contributions, Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath free will gifts. Here picking up with the 2nd book of Moshe, Hebrew book that is called Exodus chapter 26, here at verse 15 for the Rabi'i. Here for the Rabi'i, the 4th Aliyah. With Asita etahak erashim, la mishkana itzei shitim omdim. the tabernacles, Hamishkan. The 8th item, the boards and sockets. And thou, the eye, shalt make boards for the tabernacle, shittim wood standing up. Asita etahak erashim la mishkana itzeya shittim omdim, and thou, the eye, shalt make the boards. Asita etahak erashim for the tabernacle, la mishkan, of acacia wood. It's a shittim standing up, omdim. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and 1.5 cubits shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus like this shalt thou make for all the boards of Hamishkan, for all the boards of the tabernacle. And thou, the eye, shalt make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side, southward. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side, there shall be 20 boards, and there 40 sockets silver, 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of Hamishkan and sides of the tabernacle westward, thou shalt make 6 boards, and 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of Hamishkan, the corners of the tabernacle, in the 2 sides, and they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it to one ring. Thus like this shalt it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners, and they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. Hamishkan, the tabernacle, the 9th item, the outside bars. Verse 26, and thou shalt make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. The tabernacle, Hamishkan, the 10th item, the bar in the midst. Verse 28. And the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. Hamishkan, the tabernacle, 11th item, the overlay of gold. Verse 29. And thou, the eye, shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings gold, places for the bars, and thou shalt overlay the bars with gold, and thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was shewed the eye in the mount. And hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, give ear, O Yisrael. Hear for the Chamishi, hear for the Chamishi Aliyah, hear for the 5th reading, the 5th up offering, here for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offering, Sabbath gifts, Sabbath contributions, Sabbath free will gifts. Here picking up with the 2nd book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Exodus chapter 26, here at verse 31 for the Chamishi. The Chamishi here for the 5th Aliyah. The tabernacle, Hamishkan. The 12th item, the inner veil. With Asita, Faroketa, Tekeleta, with Argamana, with Tolata Shania, with Sheisha Mashazara, Ma'iseya Chosheva, Ya'ise Otaha, Keruim. And thou, the eye, shalt make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of cunning work. With cherubim, kiruvim, shall it be made. With asita, faroketa, tekelet, and thou, the eye, shall make a parokete, veil, tekelet, of blue, with argaman and purple, with tol'ata shani and scarlet, with sheisha mashazara and fine-twined linen, ma'iseh chosheva ya'iseh otaha keruvim, with keruvim, cherubim, the work of the skillful workman shall it be made. And thou shalt hang it upon 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the taches, that thou mayest bring in hither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide to you between the holy place and the most holy, and the veil. With natata etaha paruketa tachata ha kerasim. With he beita, vehebeta shama mia beita la paruketa eta rona ha eduta. With hiva dila ha paruketa lakema beina ha kodesha uveina Kodesha ha-kadashim, and thou shalt hang up the veil under the clasp. Natataha etaha paruketa tachata ha-kerasim, and shalt bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. Veheveta shamma mi beita la paroketa eta rona ha edut, the ark of the testimony, the aron ha edut. We hivadila ha paroketa la kema ben ha kodesh ureina kodesha ha kadashim, and the veil shall divide to you between the holy place, ha-Kodesh, and the most holy, and the Kodesh ha-Kadashim. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy, in the most set apart. Natata etaha ta poreta alla arona ha eduta bi kodesha ha kadashim. And I shall put the ha kaporet, the ark cover, the kaporeta ha kaporeta al haron ha edut. Put the kaporet, the ark cover, the mercy seat, ha-kaporet, upon the ark of the testimony, al-aron ha-edut, in the most holy place, bikodesh ha-kadashim. And thou shalt set the table without the veil, and the menorah and the lampstand over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And thou shalt put the table on the north side. The tabernacle, Hamishkan, the 13th item, the outer veil, verse 36. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. We'asita masak le fetach ha ohel. Tikelet we argamana we tol'ata shani we sheisha mashazara ma'ise rokein, and thou shalt make a screen for the door of the tent. We asita masak le fetach, make a door, thou shalt make a screen for the door. We asita masaka le fetach ha ohel. We asita masak le fetach ha ohel, and I shall make a screen. We asita masak for the door, le fetach ha ohel, the door of the tent, tikeleta wargamana we tol'ata shani, of blue and purple and scarlet, with sheisha mashazara and fine twined linen, Ma'iseh Rokeh, the work of the weaver in colors. Ma'iseh Rokeh, the work of the weaver in colors. And thou shalt make for the hanging 5 pillars, shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And their hooks shall be of gold. And thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. We'asita la masaka ha chamisha. We'asita la masaka ha chamisha. We'asita la masaka ha chamisha. We'asita la masaka chamisha. Amudea shitima we'zipita otam zahab wa wehem zahaba we yazaketa alahem chamisha adnei nechoshet we asita la masaka chamisha. Amudea shitima with epita otam zahab wa yehema zahaba we yatzaketa lahem chamisha adnei nechoshet
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad.
And hear, Shema Yisrael. Here for the Sheishi Aliyah. Here for the 6 Aliyah, the 6 going up, Aliyah, ascension, the 6 reading here for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offering, Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath contribution, Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath free will gift. Here picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Exodus chapter 27. HaMishkan, the tabernacle. The 14th item, the brazen altar. Here, picking up with Exodus chapter 27 for the Sheishi Aliyah. The Sheishi Aliyah, the 6 Aliyah. We'asita eta ha-mizbeach, itz'eya shitim. Chamesha mota reka, we'chamesha mota rochav, Rahua Yihye ha mizbeach with shalosha mota komato. And thou shalt make an altar, shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. We'asita etaha mizbeach, it's a shittim, and thou shalt make the altar. We'asita etaha mizbeach, the mizbeach, ha mizbeach of acacia wood. It's a shittim, acacia wood of shittim wood. Chamesh amot orek, 5 cubits long. Chamesh amot orek, with chamesh amot rochav, and 5 cubits broad. With chamesh amot rochav, rabu'a, yihye ha mizbeach. The altar ha mizbeach. The mizbeach, the altar, shall be 4 square. Ravu'a yihye ha-mizbeach with shalosha mota komato. And the height komato thereof shall be 3 cubits. with shalosh amota komato. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the four corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. And thou shalt make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof thou shalt make brass. And thou shalt make for it a grate of network brass. And upon the net shalt thou make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And thou shalt put it under the compass of the altar, ha-mizbeach, beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of ha-mizbeach, the midst of the altar. And thou shalt make staves for ha-mizbeach, for the altar staves, shittim, wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of ha-mizbeach, the altar, to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, and it was shewed thee in the mount. So shall they make, as it hath been shown, as it hath been shown, Nevuva lochota ta'iseoto, ka'asher here'ah oteka bahar ken ya'isu. Hollow with planks shalt thou make it. Navuv lochota ta'ise oto. Hollow with planks shalt thou make it, as it hath been shown thee, the eye in the mount. Ka'asher here'ah oteka, as it has been shown the eye in the mount. Ka'asher here'ah oteka bahar ken ya'isu. So shall they make. And here.
Yes. So here the seventh aliyah right here to complete the aliyah.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here. Shema Yisrael, here, give ear. Here for the Shavi'i, here for the 7th Aliyah, the 7th up offering up for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath free will gift, Sabbath offering, Sabbath contribution. Here picking up with the 2nd book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Exodus chapter 27, here at verse 9 for the Shavi'i, for the 7th Aliyah, the 7th up offering up here, the 7th reading for this Shabbat Teruma. HaMishkan, the tabernacle, the 15th item, the court. With Asita, Eita Chatzar, HaMishkana, Lifa'ata, Negeva, Heyamanna, E'la'ima le Chatzir, Sheisha Mashzor, Me'ata, Ba'amma, Oreka la Pea, Ha-Echat. And thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle. For the south side southward there shall be hangings for the court, fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side. Ve'asita eta chatzar ha-mishkan, and thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle. Ve'asita eta chatzar, the chatzar, the court, ועשית את חצר המשכן, לפאת נגב תימנה, כלאים לחצר שישה משזור מאה, באמה עורק לפאה האחת. For the south side, southward. Lifa'ata negeva teamana. There shall be hangings for the court, le chatzir, for the chatzir, the chatzir, le chatzir, for the court of fine twine linen, sheisha mashazar, sheisha mashzor, me'ah, ba'amma orek, 100 cubits long for one side. La pe'ah ha-echat. And the 20 pillars thereof and their 20 sockets shall be of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets, silver. And likewise for the north side in length, there shall be hangings of 100 long, and his 20 pillars and their 20 sockets, brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets, silver. And the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10 and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3 and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3 and their sockets 3. HaMishkan, the tabernacle, the 16th item, the hanging for the gate, the hanging for the gate of the court. Verse 16. Ula sha'ara he chatzir masak esarim amma te keleta we argamana we tolata shani we sheisha mashzara maiseya rokeim amudehem arba'a we adanehem arba'a. And for the gate of the court shall be an hanging of 20 cubits, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twine linen, wrought with needlework. Their pillars 4 and their sockets 4. Ule sha'ar. And for the gate, ule sha'ar. He chatzir masak. And for the gate of the court shall be a screen, esrim amma, 20 cubits, esrim amma, tikelet, blue, we argaman, and purple, we tolata shani, and scarlet red, we tolata shani, with sheisha mashzar, and fine twine linen, with sheisha mashzar. The work of the weaver in colors. Ma'isei rokeim, the work of the weaver in colors. Their pillars 4. Amudehem arba'a, and their sockets 4. We adanehem arba'a. And here, Shema Yisrael here for the maftir for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath free will gift, Sabbath Teruma, Sabbath contribution, Sabbath free will offering. Here, verse 17. Verse 17, Chabarim, for the maftir for this Shabbat Teruma. Kol amudei he chatzir saviva mechushakim kasef wa wehem kasef with Adanehem Nechoshet. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets brass. Kol amudeya hechatzira saviva mechushakima kasefa wawehema kasefa we'adanehema nechoshet. And all the pillars of the court, all the pillars, kol amudei, all the pillars of hechatzir, of the chatzir, hechatzir of the court. Kol amudeya hechatzir saviv mechushakim, round about shall be filleted kasef, mechushakim kasef, filleted with silver. Wa weyahema kasef, their hooks of silver. With adanehema nechoshet, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits of fine twine linen, and their sockets brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle, and all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court, brass. L'kol kalei hamishkan b'kol ebodato. Ebodato v'kol yetedotayo v'kol yitarot hechatzir nechoshet. All the instruments of the tabernacle. L'kol kalei hamishkan. L'kol for all kalei, the instruments, hamishkan of the mishkan of the tabernacle. L'kol kalei hamishkan. Evodato. In all the service thereof, B'kol, in all evodatao, ebodato, all the evodato, B'kol, evodato, we call ye tedotayo, and all the pins thereof, we call yitadot, and all the pins hechatzir of the court, nechoshet, and here, fulfilling the Torah aliyot for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offering, Sabbath contribution, Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath free will gift. Glory be to the word, glory be to the sound, glory be to the power. Glory be to thy Father, glory be to thy King. Glory be to the first part of the Trinity, B'Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach.
Yes, Shabbat Tov, and Yom HaRishon Tov, a good first day service. Yes. Yiddish Rastaman, and we're gonna ride up with the first day service right here. The prophets reading, the Brit Chadasha, but first this. Yiddish Rastaman.
אני הייתי שרסטמן ואין בי פחד, כולם לשיר איתי ביחד. אני הייתי שרסטמן ואין בי פחד, כולם לשיר איתי ביחד. הייתי שרסטמן, בוי 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 בוי. הייתי שרסטמן, בוי 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 בוי. כדי לנשום, אומר תודה לאל כשהוא קם וכשהולך לישון, מפרנס את המשפחה, דואג לחברים שדואגים להרים את הווליומים בספיקרים. הייתי שרסטמן ישראלי אסלי, לא מתעסק פה בחרטות ומדבר רק רסמי. אז מי איתי תשימו יד אחת למעלה, איצ'יבן מספר אחד אז יאללה. אני הייתי שרסטמן ואין בי פחד, כולם לשיר איתי ביחד. אני הייתי שרסטמן ואין בי פחד, כולם לשיר איתי ביחד. הייתי שרסטמן בוי 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 בוי, הייתי שרסטמן בוי 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 בוי. אין בי פחד להעיז ולהגשים את החלומות, לשחות נגד הזרם ולשבור את המוסכמות. אומר את האמת שלי, לא לוחץ על ברקסים, דוגרי נטול שקרים או אינטרסים. שולח כבוד לאחים שהאמינו והשפיעו, בא מהשכונה הזו אף פעם לא שוכח מיהו. מריץ את הדיבור בין הבניינים, יודע שיש אחד למעלה שמנהל את העניינים. נותן לכולם יחס שווה, חשוב תמיד לזכור, בלי קשר לדעת גזע מין עדה או צבע עור. רואה כל החיים את כולם נלחמים נגד עצמם, אז תמיד דוגל באהבת חינם. אני הייתי שרסטמן ואין בי פחד, כולם לשיר איתי ביחד. אני הייתי שרסטמן ואין בי פחד, כולם לשיר איתי ביחד. הייתי שרסטמן בוי 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 בוי, הייתי שרסטמן בוי 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 בוי. לתת אמת למען האמת, חי ובועטת, חומות בבל מלא מודד, הלב דופק, הפלאפון רוטט, ברחובות משוטט, מכיתה ט' לא מסתלבט, ילד מבולבל ספק דיסלקט, בזמן צבא חולם לפרוץ, בינתיים מתקלט בשביל הכסף, מבין שגם צריך להתפרנס. יו בום.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Netch, you're the share Rastaman right there. Yes. So here. Here we at the Prophets reading, 1 Kings chapter 5, here for this Teruma, construction of the tabernacle in the wilderness, and here to the tent of Shlomo HaMelech. So right here, stretching forth the right hand of fellowship to I and I, fellow co-laborers. Yes, Torah, Sahar, Achad, right here. Give thanks, Torah Rabba, for the reading right here. 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 12, chapter 6, verse 13. Shema Yisrael. Here. Yeah. There we go. Twist Alev. Yes, I. Rasahar Ahad. Yes, I. Reach out to the brother. Yes, I. Some musical. Yes, I. Here. Shema Yisrael. Listen up. Oh.
Shema Yisrael. Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan.
Book 1 Kings, chapter 5, verse 13 to chapter 6, verse 13. Besa Ma'ab wa walet mafasa kudus ahadum lak. And King Solomon, the goose Solomon, raised a levy out of all Yisrael, and the levy was 30,000 men. And he sent them to Lebanon, 10,000 a month by course. A month they were in Lebanon, and 2 months at home. And Adoniram was over the levy. And Solomon had 70,000 that bear burdens, and 80,000 hewers in the mountains, beside the chief of Solomon's officers, which were over the work, 3,300, which ruled over the people that wrought in the work. And the king commanded, and they brought great stones, costly stones, and hewed stones, to lay the foundation of the house, the bait. And Solomon's builders and Hiram's builders did hew them in the stone squares. So they prepared timber and stones to build the house, the bait. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, in the 480th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month Ziph, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of Yahweh. In the house which King Solomon built for Yahweh Buruku, the length thereof was 80 cubits, the breadth therefore 20 cubits, and the height thereof 30 cubits. And the porch before the temple of the house, 20 cubits was the length thereof, according to the breadth of the house. And 10 cubits was the breadth thereof before the house. And for the house he made windows of narrow lights. And against the wall of the house he built chambers round about, against the walls of the house round about, both of the temple and of the oracle. And he made chambers round about. The nethermost chamber was 5 cubits broad, and the middle was 6 cubits broad, and the third was 7 cubits broad. For without in the wall of the house he made narrow rest round about, that the beams should not be fastened in the walls of the house. And the house, when it was building, was built of stone made ready before it was brought there, so that there was neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was being built. The door for the middle chamber was in the right side of the house, and they went up with winding stairs into the middle chamber, and out of the middle into the third. So he built the house and finished it, and covered the house with beams and boards of cedar. And then he built chambers against all the house 5 cubits high, and they rested on the house with timber of cedar. And the word of Yahweh Baruch came to Solomon, saying, concerning this house which thou art building, if thou wilt walk in my statutes, and execute my judgments, and keep all my commandments to walk in them, then will I perform my word with thee, which I spake to David thy father. And I will dwell among the children of Israel, the Bani Israel, and I will not forsake my people, Israel. Amen. Glory to him, words, sound, and power. Kebole kwalu, kebole demsu, kebole hailu, kebole kedemawi haile sanasi, nidus negese Ethiopia, Jah Rastafari, Yeshua Shalom.
Holy Manuel Selassie, we say Jah Rastafari. I win a race naturally. I won a boo house and a time. It's my time, you know. A time get to youth for shine, you know. So welcome to my world, a world full of experiences and realities. I'm in to teach and preach to both the poor and rich. I'm in to inform, educate and entertain as well. But before that, let's acknowledge the presence of the Almighty. Praises. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Ancient still the same, by the power of the name. El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Come na Adonai, we will praise and lift Selassie. through your power and through your blood, through your teachings and through your word. Me have no doubt that you are my Lord, so I will praise and worship Yahweh through your teachings and through your book. You shower of blessing right on me. Now this world wide world, there's no other like you, so I will never, never, never replace you. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Angels still the same by the power of the name El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Here come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. You stay with me through what's my hustle. My Lord is my savior through what's my struggle. He is my armor in my battle. He made me conquer, so we gave me the mantle. King of kings, Lord of lords, tribe of Judah and the conquering lion. Bonani Maja, Bonaji Ago, Yabusele, Moko Benitamako, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Angels still the same by the power of the name El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Here come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Open up my eyes to see your works, them. Open up my ears to hear your voice, them. Not forgetting my nose for the sense of smell. Open up my lips so that I can tell them. Give me more strength to do your work. Strengthen my heart to worry your faith. Give me more life to witness the blessed day. Open up my mind for me to understand. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Angels still the same by the power of the name El Shaddai, El Shaddai. El come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Through your power and through your blood, through your teachings and through your word, me have no doubt that you are my Lord, so I will praise and worship you. Through your teachings and through your book, you shower of a blessing right on me. Now this world wide world, no other like you, so I will never, 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 never. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Angels still the same by the power of the name El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Here come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Only my realize last year we see Jah.
Yes. Shavua Tov, a good strong. Yes, I am. Blessed first day right here, crossing over here for the first day service, from the after the Shabbat to the first day service here. The prophets reading, give thanks, Rastafari had right there. 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 12 to chapter 6, verse 13. We have the temple of Solomon, the temple of Shlomo right there. Here's the Brit Chadash read right here. Stretching forth the right hand of fellowship, Ras Ayason, Tafari, the Brit Chadash read.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan, a renewed covenant reading for RSS number 19. Teruma, contributions, offerings. From 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 1 through 15, and the Gospel of Matthew chapter 5, verse 33 through 37. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab, Habain, Ruach HaKadosh, Yahweh Ahad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. he who be the one. 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 1 Aleph, verse 2 Beit. Amnam ein torek li she'ektob aleikem al debar ha-sherut le'ezrach ha-kdoshim ki yadaiti et nidibatkem asher aleha ani mithalel bakem lifnei anshe Makedonia lemur akaya mzumenet mishana she'abara wekinatkem heira et ruach ha-rabim. For as touching the ministering to the saints, it is superfluous for me to write to you, for I know the forwardness of your mind. For that I boast of you to them of Macedonia, that Achaia was ready a year ago, and your zeal has provoked very many. Yet have I sent the brethren, lest our boasting of you should be in vain, in this behalf, that, as I said, ye may be ready. Lest haply, if they of Macedonia come with me, and find you unprepared, we say not ye, should be ashamed in the same confident boasting. Therefore, I thought it necessary to exhort the brethren, that they would go before to you, and make up beforehand your bounty, whereof ye had noticed before, that the same might be ready, as a matter of bounty, and not as of covetousness. The encouragement. Elohim loveth a cheerful giver. If we give, he will give. But this I say, he that soweth sparingly shall reap also sparingly, and he that soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully. Every man according as he purposes in his heart, so let him give, not grudgingly or of necessity. For Elohim loveth a cheerful giver, and Elohim is able to make all grace abound toward you, that ye, always having all sufficiency in all things, may abound to every good work. As it is written, he has dispersed abroad, he has given to the poor, his righteousness remaineth forever. Now he that ministereth seed to the sower, both minister bread for your food, and multiply your seed sown, and increase the fruits of your righteousness, being enriched in everything to all bountifulness that causes through us thanksgiving to Elohim. For the administration of this service not only supplieth the need of the saints, but is abundant also by many thanksgiving to Elohim, whilst by the experiment of this ministration they glorify Elohim for your professed subjection to the gospel of Mashiach, to the gospel of Christ, and for your liberal distribution to them and to all men, and by their prayer for you that longeth after you, for the exceeding grace of Elohim in you. Thanks be to Elohim for his unspeakable gift. Matthew chapter 5, verse 33, Lamed Gimel, verse 34, Lamed Dalet, verse 35, Lamed Hey. Od Shemaitem ki ne'amar la rishonim lo tishba la shakr ve shalem l'Yahweh shavuoteka wa ani omer lakem lo tishba'u ko shabua lo b'shamayim ki kisei Elohim hema v'lo ba'aretz ki hadom raglayu hi v'lo beYerushalayim ki hi kiryat melech rab. Again, ye have heard that it has been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform to Yahweh thine oaths. But I say to you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is Elohim's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, by thy ras, because thou cannot make one hair white or black. But let your communication be, yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. Kabarula Kalu, Kabarula Dimtu, Kabarula Chailu, Kabarula Kedamawi, Chaile Selassie, Be Jesus Christos Sim. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power. Glory to Abinu, Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Here. Yes. Shabbat Tov, yes, I. 19 sabbatical study, Shabbat strong, Teruma. Give thanks for the read. Excellent read right there. The Brit Chadasha read right here, giving like the capstone here for the Medi, even moving forward. Give thanks. Hello.
Whatever you have done.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana. This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
Yes. So here, Raymatun here for the Torah reading and feeding, the contributions, the donations. Yeah, the 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verses 1 to 15. That read right there really brought it out. This Torah reading and feeding from the old covenant, to the new covenant right here. But this tune right here, I'd like to share this right here. Your house, all about that house and dwelling, tabernacling with I and I. The house, the house, his house, right here. Steel Pulse right here. Raymatun, first day.
Realize that
Yes, to the Psalm here for the first day, 24th Psalm. New Shabua right here. Psalm 24. The earth. Psalm 24. Let's do this right here. Got this on the board right here. All right.
Choose the good within, don't lose your soul.
Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, 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 Selah. Scatter thou the people that delight in war. Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. Sing unto God, ye kingdoms of the earth. Oh, sing praises unto the Lord. Selah.
Here. Clean hands. Psalm 24. Clean hands.
kipayim uvar levav Niki kipayim uvar levav He who has clean hands and a pure heart, hey. He who has clean hands and a pure heart. Who can ascend to his holy mountain? Who can stand in his holy place? He who has clean hands and a pure heart. Leva. Who can ascend to his holy mountain? Who can stand in his holy place? He who has clean hands and a pure heart.
Dub Wise, Queen's Dub. Yes, birthday song.
Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, Selah, Selah,
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור לאדוני הארץ ומלואה תבל ויושבבה כי הוא על ימים יסדה ועל נהרות יכונניה מי יעלה בהר אדוני ומי יקום במקום קודשו נקי כפיים ובר לבב אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי ולא נשבע למרמה יישא ורחם מאת אדוני וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו זה דור דורשיו מבקש את פניך יעקב סלע שאו שערים ראשיכם והינשאו פתחי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור אדוני גיבור מלחמה שאו שערים ראשיכם ושאו פתחי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות הוא מלך הכבוד סלע
לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושבבה, כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה, מי יעלה בהר אדוני, מי יקום במקום קודשו, נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה, יישא ורחם את אדוני, וצדקה אלוהי זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע, שיהיו שערים ראשיכם ינשאו פתחי עולם, יבוא מלך כבוד, מזה מלך הכבוד, אדוני עזות וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה, שיהיו שערים ראשיכם ושבו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד, מיזה מלך הכבוד, אדוני צבאות, ומלך הכבוד סלע.
Yes, 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 because the Queen's dove, that's the dove right there, to Clean Hands by Queen Makeda right there. Psalm 24, the evening psalm for the first day, Psalm 24. So here we're segueing from the after the Shabbat, the after the Shabbat, the Saturday Night Live broadcast right there, went through the Aliyot, went through the Haftarah, the prophets read as well. Had the Brit Chadash. I like to go with that Brit Chadash read right here. But not to like keep the item long right here, give thanks. Might phase out the separate, podcasting of the second show. We had to do that before when we was on the blog talk, but that's also a thing in the past. So getting used to the new platform and seeing what works, what works a little bit better, for continuity purposes. Today we have, for this first day of the Shabbat, the first day of the week right here, for what they call the Sunday of the first day, Yom HaRishon, we have a psalm. We have Psalm 113. It's a beautiful hallelujah psalm. I'm looking for a pic right here, an exhibit to show and share with the eye. Trying to find some of the ark pictures. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant exhibits. Okay, here we go for this Teruma. So here we go. Yeah, keep that on the screen right there, the 24th Psalm. Might have a couple of other. Yeah, so here we have Teruma, right? Teruma, contribution, gifts, offerings. Now, there's something very beautiful about this, read right here, Torah reading and feeding, but also something very tragic too. Because as we're reading it, we're like, wow, the Yahweh is going to dwell with them, the tabernacle. But all that we're reading in Teruma is actually what Yah is saying to Moshe. You know what I mean? Moshe in the mountain. The people don't really get to hear that. And because of what's going to happen, let's see this Torah reading and feeding coming up at 27. Chan, yep. And this Torah reading and feeding coming up is the molten calf, or falsely called the golden calf. So stay tuned for that as we touch on why there's no such thing really in the Hebrew as 10 commandments. The Hebrew doesn't say 10 commandments, but it says 10 words. And also I got to give thanks to I co-laborer, I brother, Ross Seymour. Yeah, man, we was reasoning. And he reminded I of something that I kind of knew before, but it didn't come in. So I want to give him the credit on this right here. We saw the 613, some, I won't say Torah geeks, but, ones who really study deeply, have counted, over millennia, right? The number of commands that can be found within the Torah of Moshe, and some come up to the number of 613. So we say there's no such thing as the 10 commandments. According to the Hebrew, it's the 10 words, Aseret HaDebarim. But what the brother showed is that, the 613, add it up. The 613, when we add it up, is 10. And then how Yahweh presents, the 10 words in the previous two Torah portions ago, Yitro, how he presents it right there. He presents it as 10 words, the words of the covenant, the 10 words. Now, in the previous Teruma, when he says to put the testimony. So we read about putting the testimony. What is the testimony? To put the testimony, right? He says that he has written, right? So the two tablets, the two tablets contain the 10 words, and those 10 words are called the words of the covenant, but that was the testimony. It's like his evidence, like the evidence, the witness, like they put up evidence, like an evidence locker. So in a sense, the ark was almost like an evidence locker, one part evidence locker, the witness, the testimony, saying the evidence, i.e., what the Torah says from the KJV perspective of the testimony. So here, I'd like to share just a couple of outro reasonments right here. Now, okay, this is sabbatical bread, bite-sized portion, reading an Ali a day. Here's some recreations of the Ark, what artists and, what ones can imagine the Ark no doubt look like. So here, just some additional notes. I'm trying to find a pic that really shows it. Well right here. Okay, the Tabernacle of David. Got to pick up with more. The Psalms take place in the Tabernacle of David, just to give one of the heads up. Moses' tabernacle, the first tabernacle, we say the Tabernacle of Moshe. And then the Haftarah reading brought us where? The Haftarah, the prophet's reading from First Kings, the reading that Ras Sahar Ahad had brought forward was the Temple of Solomon, right? Solomon's temple. How are these similar but not quite the same? But what is the pattern? That part that is emphasized in the Teruma Torah portion. See that you do all things according to the pattern. Now, there's a lot of detail. Of course, there's a lot of detail right there. Let's see if we can find this here. David's Tabernacle. Okay, here we go right here. Now, this is like ancient Egypt, so we can see this ark idea, the chest, this chest known as the ark. All right, where is this? I think this one over here, one of them has it very good. I'm looking for one small feature. You remember when it says a crown? There shall be a crown. There's a crown. Let's see, the crown. This kind of brings it out a little bit up here when you look at the top up there. There shall be a crown. Okay, let's do this right here. There shall be a crown. Okay, from the Torah reading, Haftarah, prophets reading. Let's go over here. Let's put crown. Let's just look at the word crown. Excuse my spelling, but the technology think they're smart, so we let them correct. Okay, here, 2511. Okay, crown. That's interesting. Didn't really think about that, but sometime in study, you'd be surprised what you learn just by studying. Looking at the word crown, right? Crown, right? The word crown here, we find the word crown right here. First time, right, is Genesis 49:26. This is concerning the blessings of Jacob, the patriarch, to his sons, his 12 sons, right? And here what he says concerning Joseph, on the crown of the head, the crown of the kod, the crown of the head of him that was separate. You see the word separate there? The word separate is Nazir. So, question, was Joseph a Nazir? Or a devoted one, a separated one? Now, from this, in Moshe's law, we get the codification of the Nazarite, right? The Nazir, right? The Nazir. So we have Nazar right here, to dedicate, to separate, right? Nazir, right? Now, it's interesting here because the second place in the scripture that we have crown, according to the King James Version translation, is Exodus 25:11, where it says, and thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shalt make upon it a crown. So we had, remember the other crown was the Nazir. Remember the Nazir? Let's just show you again. So, well, actually, the crown on the head of him that was separate, the separate, the Nazir, right? And now the Nazir, there's also the Nazir, that's a crown, right? So there's a similarity in the Hebrew terms. Well, let's look at this. This is what we're zooming in. So when it says, and shall make upon it a crown. So here we have the Zir, Nazir, Zir, right? Here, this is defined as a border, a molding, or a circlet, right? So it doesn't really say how it's supposed to really look, but just say a crown, a Zir. Here, Zir is defined as a border, a molding, a circlet, right? They say from the root word in a sense of scattering, right? Sense of scattering. Here, a chaplet, right? As spread around the top. So the sense of this here is a crown. Let's go to the root word zarar, right? To sneeze. Interesting. To sneeze, zarar, right? Zarar, to diffuse, to sneeze. But here we have zir, right? Now, the reason why we're going here, right, or there, is because on our Torah reading page for the 19th sabbatical study, we had touched on this inside, inside the ark during the Shavua, inside the ark, the thought for the Shavua. The thought for the Shavua, the previous Shavua for the previous Torah reading, figuring Teruma, was that the ark of the covenant, or more correctly, the ark of the testimony, was at the heart, is the heart, one can say the heart, right? The main thing, the heart, the center of the tabernacle. As such, it corresponds, right, to the tabernacle or to the heart of man. As we have in a new covenant, know ye not that your bodies are a temple? So we look at the pattern. So here in studying the pattern of the tabernacle, beginning with the ark. Now the ark is the first item. Note this here, that the ark is the first item that is basically, you could say, besides the sanctuary where he will dwell and take up a contribution, right? The first item that is described is the ark. So when we look at the description of the items in the tabernacle, Yahweh seems to begin from himself. He begins from himself outward. Yet our approach to him is the opposite. So he begins from himself, we could say, to the gate, right? So when we look at the general order of the tabernacle, look at the attention to details, all the items, all of the, all of the elements, the elementals. So the tabernacle, right? Speaking comprehensively, we can see it explained in the new covenant as typical, as a type, right? In three ways. So when we look at the tabernacle, why is the tabernacle important? Why is the tabernacle pattern? Well, first of all, we have the church, right? The church is the habitation of Elohim through the Spirit, the Ruach, in Exodus 25 and 8, right? So in Exodus 25 and 8, let's go over here. Let's bring some of this up. 25 and 8. So this is 25:11. Let's zoom in here. 25 and 8. That's 9 and 8. Here we go. This is the key. This is the key of the previous teruma. So yes, it begins with the contribution, the gifts, the offering, but for what purpose? Here it says, and let them, or make them, make me a sanctuary. The key word here, mikdash. Mikdash, 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 mikdash. A set apart place, a sanctuary, that I may dwell. Notice the word right there, dwell. The word dwell is shakan. Now, from this root word, we get ideas like Shekinah, right? That's not really scriptural so much, but the Shekinah, right? And Shakanya, but he says Shakanti, that I may dwell bitokam, amongst them, amongst the Bnei Yisrael. So now, this is all being communicated to Moshe in the mount. The people are waiting. You remember how the people had to wait for like the 40 days or so? Well, they had to wait, right? And remember what happened while they waited? They got bummy, and then the molten calf comes in. So the molten calf is going to interrupt the narrative, right? Actually, it's going to break the covenant, right? It's going to break the covenant. They're going to be out of covenant, right? And it's going to interrupt the narrative. Moshe are going to have to go up there again, do another 40-day, right? And then there's a second tablet, right? The people don't really know what's going to happen to them, really, because they already came in the covenant. So all these chapters from chapter 19, after the Exodus pushing forward, Yahweh comes down, he descends, he speaks the 10 words, the people, they agree to the covenant, he gets additional instruction, then he goes up to receive this. The people don't even hear this yet. So later on, as we go forward in our Torah studies, we're going to find that a lot of this instruction is repeated again. Now, some will say, why does it repeat itself? Well, you have to understand what happens, right? This instruction is being given, and then he's supposed to bring them the good news. But before he can bring them the good news, they go off with the molten calf, and they break their word. And therefore, we have a broken covenant. We have two key things in Exodus. We have a broken covenant, right, and a renewed covenant. So in a sense, we have the new covenant principle even in the old covenant scripture, right? And it's all about this sanctuary. He reveals the sanctuary. Before the sanctuary or the contribution word can even be given, they already go off. They already with the molten pseudo golden calf thing. And so there's a kind of a delay. So we're not going to really get to the real building until we get like later in the chapter 30s, the late 30s. You know what I mean? But right here, This is the good news, but it's like we get a kind of a, they say ringside, but we get like a, a side seat to this. We get to witness what was going on. If the people had only understood what was being revealed to them, they might not have done what they did, right? But here, let's zoom in on what is told to Moshe. So the tabernacle here, there's three ways that the tabernacle, speaking comprehensively, can be explained in the Brit Hadasha. One of the ways is as the church, or the called out, I assembled the church as the habitation of Elohim through the Spirit. We have here Exodus chapter 25, verse 8. And make me a sanctuary that I may dwell amongst them. All right. Now, here, just to kind of build on this, what we're saying right here, if we go to Ephesians chapter 2, verse 19. Let's go to Ephesians. Let's cross over to the new covenant. Let's go to Ephesians, right? Ephesians chapter 2, right? Verse 19, right? Here we go. Now, therefore, y'all are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of Elohim. Here, verse 20, going to verse 22, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles. Talking about the real apostles. Not people calling themselves apostles. And we would say no disrespect, but isn't it disrespect if the apostles are these apostles, not those apostles? And are built upon the foundation of the apostles and the prophets. Yeshua HaMoshiach himself being what? The chief corner, right? The chief corner, right? In whom all the building, notice, and the whole building fitly framed together groweth into a holy temple in the Lord, right? In Yahweh, in whom y'all also are builded together for an habitation of Elohim through the Spirit. So this is the sense here. We're looking at the tabernacle, right? Looking at the first pattern of the tabernacle. Secondarily, the tabernacle, let's bring this back here again. Let's bring this back to, there we go. So once again, to the key word, Exodus 25 and 8, make them build me a sanctuary that I may dwell upon amongst them. The second aspect, the second way in which the tabernacle is explained in the new covenant is of the believer, right? The one who amen, the amena, the believer. Some say believer, but the believer, the one who seeks to live, right? The way, the truth, and life. We have 2 Corinthians chapter 6, right? Chapter 6, 16. So let's go to 2 Corinthians, just some key words right here for the first day service. 2 Corinthians chapter 6, right? Verse 16, right? Verse 16. What does it read? And what agreement hath the temple of Elohim with idols? So see what's happening in the mount, the temple instruction, the tabernacle instruction, which is the pattern of the temple, is being given. The people are waiting. After they keep waiting and waiting, they return like I said, the dog to his vomit, and they start getting into this idolatry, the molten calf. But here, and what agreement hath the temple of Elohim with idols? For y'all are the temple of Elohim Chayim, the living Elohim. As Elohim have said, what? I will dwell in them. Now check this out with Exodus chapter 25, verse 8. He says, let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell amongst them. All right. Here, I will dwell in them. The word became flesh and dwelt, right, amongst them, right? And walk in, right? And walk in, right? Now, the word them is not really there, but get the context, right? The intent, right, of the living God to dwell in them, in us, and to walk, right? So to walk, right? And I will be, he who be who he be, I will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. So this is the second connection of the tabernacle, just speaking comprehensively, being explained by the Brit Chadasha, right, in three ways. As the church, the habitation of Elohim through the Spirit of the believer, right, in 2 Corinthians 6 and 16. And thirdly, as a figure, right, a pattern, a figure of things in the heavens. Right? So what's his third way? The third way here, right, concerning the tabernacle here, looking for the explanation, right, in the Brit Hadasha, we have Hebrews chapter 9, 23, 29. I mean 23, 24. Right? 9, 23, right, 23, 24. Let's read this. So it was therefore necessary that the patterns of things in the heavens should be purified. Now remember, Moshe is told right after Exodus 25 and 8, concerning the pattern of the tabernacle, the pattern of the furniture, the two patterns of the tabernacle, of the furniture. Then at the end of that chapter, he says, see, right? Make sure you see that you do all things according to the pattern. So pattern recognition is important, right? Because a man is man, right? We are people, right? Human beings. How are we a temple? A temple's a building. What is the likeness of the tabernacle? Even we can say to the human body and to this temple, right? So it says here, therefore necessary that the pattern of things in the heavens should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. Now let's understand this here. It says here in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23, therefore, right, necessary, right, a necessity that the patterns, notice the patterns. If we look at Exodus chapter 25, right? Exodus chapter 25. This is why sometimes maybe one has to have more than one Bible, huh? Exodus chapter 25 and 9, it says, according to all that I shew thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of the instruments thereof, so even so shall y'all make. So here in Hebrews, the epistle to the Hebrews, right, to those of the true faith, the Hebrew faith, it says, therefore necessary, it was necessary that the patterns of the things in the heavens should be purified with these. So just a little word, why would the heavens, people have an idea, wow, the heavens, got to go to heaven, want to go to heaven, the heavens are, but here it says that the pattern of the things in the heavens, right, should be purified. So something had to be purified. That means somehow, oh yeah, okay, yeah, there was war in heaven. Yeah, all right. Satan and his bunch had to get drop kicked and thrown. Oh, okay. So things had to be purified, right? With these. But then it says, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. Let's go to verse 24. For Messiah, Moshiach, right, is not entered into the holy places made with hands. Remember when he told Mariam Magdalene, right, when he called her by name and she recognized that where have they laid my Lord, and then he called her Mariam, and then she recognized and wanted to, give him a hug, and he said, no. He said, don't touch me, touch me not, right? This is before the ascension, like where he ascended with the, how can you say, the Old Testament faithful, right? That's a whole other aspect right there. But when she saw him, he was like a gardener, he says, go tell, my brethren, tell him that I'm ascending. Some people say, oh, Christ lied because he didn't ascend. People don't know how to read English. He says, tell them that I ascend, like I'm ascending, I'm going, right? Tell them, because by the time she went and told them, he had already gone. That's why here, Hebrews, it connects the dots. It says that Messiah, when it says Christ, right? It's not so much speaking about Christ the King in that sense, but here it's speaking about Christ the high priest. Read Hebrews, right? It doesn't talk anything more about king. It talks about priests, right? That's why Hebrews, it is building on what we have here in Exodus. So if you want to understand Hebrews better, have to have a better understanding of Exodus, right? So for Messiah, right, the high priest is not entered into the holy places made with hands. Our high priest, and Moshiach Yeshua, right? So he didn't enter into, like where was he crucified, right? Outside the city, right? Was he crucified outside the city, right? So he didn't enter into the holy places made with hands, which are the figures. They are the figures, right, of the true. They're not the true, but they are the antitupon, right? A pattern formed, a thing formed after some pattern. You see the pattern recognition. So when he tells Moshe, see that you do all things according to the pattern, right? And you see with the pattern of the tabernacle, the pattern of the furniture, right? they are patterns, right? So what we have is patterns of the truth, but into Shemaim, into heaven itself, right? Now to appear in the presence, now to appear where? In the presence, the face of Elohim for us. So we have, this is the third way that the tabernacle, speaking comprehensively, is explained in the Brit Chadasha, right? So we have it as the church, the called out assembly, the individual believer, right? Right? And thirdly, as the figures of things in the heavens. This is what the tabernacle is. Now, let me show you something. Now, think about what it's saying here in this verse here, right? So it's saying that although there was the earthly pattern, right? That's not what Moshe Yeshua came to enter into as a high priest, but into the higher. In other words, not into the copy that was made on earth, but into the original, right? From which Moshe, let's go back to Moshe, right? Okay, you see right here where it says, and let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell amongst them, according to all that I shew thee. The pattern, right? The pattern, you see, pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of the instruments thereof. Even so shall you all make. Now, notice when we read in Hebrew just now, it says the patterns. Notice when it says patterns with S, plural. Notice in this one verse here in Exodus 25:9, two patterns: the pattern of the tabernacle, the pattern of all the instruments, right? Let's scroll down here. Let's scroll all the way down here. Look at the 40th verse, right? 40 days, right? 40 days there. Look at the 40th verse here. He says, and look and see, right? And look, see, right? That thou make after the pattern. Notice this attention to emphasis. So in everything that's being explained to Moshe, right? Right? The patterns of the pattern of the tabernacle, the pattern of the instruments, right? Here it says, and look, see that thou make, right? After the pattern that was shew thee in the mount. Now notice this is talking directly to Moses, right? Earlier it says that y'all shall make, you all, y'all, you Moshe and the Aaron and the Israelites, y'all. But here in verse 40 he says, and look, speaking to him directly, right? Right? He says, look, see that thou make. In other words, they're to make it, but you are the one who has seen the pattern, Moshe, right? The pattern that was shown you where? In the mount, right? You can basically say in the mount, in the heavens. He saw that heavenly pattern, right? So this is where we have the important link between the Old Testament, right? Exodus, and also the New Covenant to get a better understanding. So in detail, we can say that all speaks of Moshiach, right? In the detail that we have here, we could say that all speaks of Moshiach. This is why Hebrews is so very important. Let's scroll all the way down. Notice from 8, right? We begin from 8 to 40, right? From 8 to 40. From verse 9, pattern first mentioned there, right? Which is called in Hebrew the tabnit, the pattern, the plan, the form, the construction, right? The construction, the structure, the pattern, right? The structure, the model, the resemblance, right? So in other words, it's almost as though Moshe, he was shown something in the mount, right? And here Hebrews is speaking about the heavens, right? So the mountain, the Mount Sinai and the whole connection. If you're in a mountain, you're much closer to the heavens, especially on a good clear night. You know what I'm saying? You can really see some things. Whatever Moshe saw, he saw the pattern. So in detail, all speaks of Messiah. For example, we have the ark and its materials, right? We look at the ark just briefly here. We look at the ark and its materials. Let's go over here. Look at the ark. What was the ark made of? Right? The ark and its materials. Let's see if we can let's look at this one right here. The ark and its materials. Looking at the ark, right? Looking at the ark and its materials. How does it speak of Messiah, Moshiach? Well, in the materials, the acacia wood. Remember the acacia, or in the KJV, the shittim wood, right? And the gold, right? So it speaks of his humanity, the wood, the acacia wood. You know how wood has that reddish brown, like I'll say a melanated black man's complexion, just what it is, right? The acacia wood, right? And the gold. The gold is a type of humanity, right? right? The humanity and the divinity of Messiah. So even in the elements of wood, notice how it's wood. It's basically wood, right? Shatim wood, acacia wood, right? Overlaid with gold. Notice this overlaid with gold, right? In its contents, right? What was the content of the ark? It's a type of Messiah as well, right? Having Elohim's law, having Elohim's Torah, right? In where? Within, in his heart, in his heart. When it says in Exodus 25 and 16, right? The law, right? That testimony. Secondarily, the wilderness food, right? Or the portion of his people, as we have in Exodus, 16 and 33. Himself being the resurrection of that, remember, Aaron's rod. Aaron's rod is a symbol of resurrection, as we get that, Exodus 17 and 10. In its use, in the use of the Aron, the ark, the tabot, especially the mercy seat, the kaporet, the cover, right, was a type of Elohim's throne. So even the mercy seat, even the ark, we can see the ark was a type of Elohim's throne. That it was to the sinning Israelite, right? It was a throne of grace and not of judgment, was due to the fact that the mercy seat formed of gold and sprinkled with the blood of the Kippurim of atonements. That's what vindicated or made righteous the Torah, the law, and the divine set apartness, the holiness that was guarded, noticed by these cherubim, the cherubim or the kephraim, the cherubim. Now notice the cherubim. It's obvious that the Israelites kind of knew what a cherubim looked like. Notice that of all the description of everything described in detail, in almost minute detail, there's no description of the cherubim. It's like, yeah, and the cherubim, and on the curtain, you're gonna make cherubim and make these two cherubim. It's not like, well, what does the cherubim look like? The cherubim obviously was known right then, right? I think there's a link with the Kephraim, but be that as it may, we have Genesis. In Genesis chapter 324, remember when Adam, right, was kicked out of the Gan Eden, there was the cherubim, there was a cherubim, right? Ezekiel, remember Ezekiel 1 and 5 as well. So there's an important theme here when we look at just the ark, what the ark represents, right? Both in its wood, the wood symbolizing, what it says. It says the tree is what? Elsewhere in the Torah says the tree is man's life. Doesn't it say that? Don't say that the tree is man's life, right? The tree, right? Remember when Yeshua Robenu, when he healed the man that was blind, right? And asked him, with the clay and the spittle, he said, what do you see? And remember what he said? He said, I see men walking like trees. So there's a lot of correspondence in the scripture, with the tree, right, and man, and even with Moshiach upon the tree of his cross. Right? Some argue whether it was the tree, some argue whether the cross, but it was the tree of his cross. Yeah, it was actually both, right? But the cross beam of wood attached to that tree, the tree of his cross. But the whole connection of the tree, right? So the tree symbolizing his humanity, and one of the Hebrew commodities, the gold, right, representing divinity in man or divinity in manifestation. And then we have the contents, right? What is within the ark? What was within the ark? What did Yahweh say he will put in the ark? His testimony, right? The testimony. He even says, the testimony that I have written, right? We'll put it in the ark. And then what the ark was used for vis-a-vis the sinning Israelite and the Israelites, even with the Yom HaKippurim. Now, all begins scripturally here with the tabernacle, the holy place. All begins with the ark. All begins with the Aron. The Aron. Isn't it ironic? No, it was the Aron. So in the Hebrew, the ark is the Aron. It all begins with the ark, right? That in the completed tabernacle, in the completed Mishkan, was placed in the Kodesh HaKodashim. The Kodesh, the Holy HaKodashim, the Holy of Holies, right? Or actually the Holy of Holy Ones, right? The Kodesh HaKodashim. Why? Because in Revelation, in the Chazon, in the Revelation, Elohim begins from himself. In Revelation, Elohim Chaim, the living God, begins from himself, working outward toward man. So in Revelation, he begins from himself, right? Working outwardly, right, toward man, toward humanity. Now, for us, in approach, right, the makrab, in our approach, right, to him, the worshiper, right, must begin from himself, moving toward Elohim Chaim, the living Elohim, where? In the Kodesh HaKodashim, in the Holy of Holies. Now, what is interesting, and this is what we read when we start to read through, for example, chapter 25, just as an overview here. Not going to get into too many of the details, but just some main things so one can say, hopefully, oh, that is interesting, right? Notice here he says, let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell amongst them, according to all, not some, but all that I shew. Notice how personal it is here. That I shew thee. Who's the thee? Moshe. The pattern of the tabernacle, pattern 1, and the pattern of all the instruments, right? As Hebrews says, the patterns of things thereof. Even so shall y'all make. And then, boom, here we go. And they shall make an ark. The first thing. He could have said, well, first thing, we're going to need a gate. We're going to need a fence, right? Like he could have started with a fence or the gate and work in. But he begins where, right? It says it's a holy place, right? Right, hold on for a moment. Let me show you this. This is something that's often missed. Here when it says a sanctuary is the Mikdash, right? Mikdash. Now, Mikdash comes from the Kadash. Kadash best defined as separate, right? Sanctified, the separate, right? The holy place, the separate place. Make me a sanctuary and holy place that I may, he says, shakanti, right? Shakanti, shakan, that I may dwell. That I may, you see the word there, dwell, tabernacle. The word became flesh and tabernacled. Yeah? So according to all that I shew thee, right? The pattern of now look at the word tabernacle. What word is that? That's the Mishkan. So in the verse before, he said, make me a holy place, a mikdash, so I can shakan, that I may dwell amongst them. And then he says, according, right here, he says, according to all that I show thee, right? I'm going to show you what? I'm going to show you the pattern of the place that I'm going to dwell. And so we have shakan, to dwell, shakanti, I dwelling, my dwelling, and the mishkan. So you'll notice in the scripts there are a couple of words that describe the same place, right? And it's not just poetical. Each one kind of emphasizes something. What we have here between verse 8 and verse 9 is him saying what he's going to do, and then the place name for what is done there. So he says, so I can dwell shakan, and therefore that place, the quote tabernacle, will be the mishkan. More better, if it was translated more better, it should be the dwelling place. But, be it as it is, this is how they translate it, right? The Mishkan, right? The Mishkan. This is something like right here, specifically the tabernacle. Properly, some say it's wooden walls, right? Right. So then, after explaining the overall structure and the purpose of this holy place and this dwelling place, first thing he begins with is the ark. Right, the ark, not the gate, not the fence, not the door. You know what I mean? Not the altar, the brazen altar, or no. He begins with the ark, and it's interesting because in beginning with the ark is also a place to deposit, right, his testimony. So we can see the likeness of Messiah, right, Messiah, Moshiach, right, and right, the tabernacle here, the Brit Hayashana, the Old Testament pattern, right, and then the Brit Hadasha substance, right. So the same order is followed when we look at the Levitical offerings. So what's interesting is that when we're looking at the tabernacle, he begins from himself, right, in the details, especially of the ark, the Aron. The first name of the ark here in scripture is called the Ark of the Testimony. right? And then he begins from himself moving toward man. Man begins from himself and moving toward Elohim Chayim in the Holy of Holies. The same order is also followed sacrificially according to Levitical offerings. When we look at Leviticus chapters 1 to 5, he begins from himself to man. Man must begin from himself moving toward, we can say, the Holy of Holies. In approach, for example, right, man begins at the brazen altar. So when we're looking at the courtyard, we're looking at the structure. Where man begins, he begins at the brazen altar. It's like saying, in a new covenant sense, man begins at the feet of Christ, at the brazen feet of Moshiach. Right? That's where man begins. He begins at the altar. Old Testament tabernacle, beginning at the altar. New covenant, Brit Chadasha, beginning at the feet of Christ. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. Right? The type, the brazen altar, what's interesting with the brazen altar is a type of the tree of his cross. Right? Yeah. Right? We'll touch on that. Where in the fire of judgment, in the fire, through the fire, through the fire of judgment, atonement, right? Atonement is made. So we want to touch on this right here, just to put down that particular point right there. You know, as a basic point, there's a lot going on here, but let's start at the basics, right? The fact that this is the holy place, right? These three verses here, the sanctuary, the mikdash, where he will dwell, right? And his dwelling place is the mishkan, right? And the first item, the first of the instruments to be mentioned here is the ark of shittim wood. And then he says this in verse 11, and thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without. Did you notice that? Normally people would just kind of lay gold on the outside. He says, within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown. You see that right there? A crown of gold round about, right? Let's pause on that and go to our notes here. Just a word for the first day service here. Let's touch on this note here, right? So we touched on this in the week. We might go over this again, right? Definitely should, right? Because we get to 25 and 16. He says, you shall put into the ark the testimony that I shall give you. So before we go on, let's scroll a couple of verses up, right? Talking about the staves, how the ark, there we go. Verse 16. And thou shalt put into the ark. Right? So we even see there's a likeness, right, in detail, right? Speaking of Messiah, the ark in its materials, the acacia wood and the gold. The acacia wood, the humanity, the gold, the divinity, right? In content, right? A type of Messiah, right? Having Elohim's law in his heart, right? And also we have the wilderness food, right? Remember the manna? Remember what was put in the ark later on, the manna, a testimony of the wilderness food, right? The food that they ate in the wilderness, that provision, right? Also Aaron's rod, right? Remember Aaron's rod, that symbol of resurrection, right? In its use, what was the use of the ark, right? Especially the mercy seat, right? It was a type of Elohim's throne. And then we can compare that with the epistle to the Hebrews, right? To the sinning Israelite, it was a throne of grace, right? And not of judgment, right? And that was due to the mercy seat, the kaporet, that was also formed of gold. And that's where the priest, the high priest, would sprinkle, right, the blood of atonement. And the blood of atonement vindicated what was the content of the ark. What was the content of the ark? The Torah, the 10 words, the commandment, right? So the blood there would vindicate the Torah, right? And the divine holiness, we can see symbolically, was guarded by the two cherubim. And we know the cherubim, the cherubim from Adam out the garden. Remember, there was a cherubim there, right? So here he says, thou shalt put into the ark the testimony, the adut, right? That I shall give thee. So we have to ask the question, well, what is the testimony? What's the testimony that Yahweh gave to Moshe to put in the ark? Was it not the 10 words, the 2 tablets, the 10 words, the words of the covenant, right? The 10 words, the commandment. Also, remember the 10 words is also called the Torah too. The 10 words, falsely called 10 commandments, or people call it that, but it's actually the commandment. It's actually the Torah, and it's the commandment. Everything else we have, basically, that's given is explanation. It's like what they call it. It's commentary, right? It's all about what that testimony that he gave, right? Now here, let's scroll down here for a moment, just to sum up with this for the first day. Midot u mitzvot, right? Midot u mitzvot, right? Midot, character and deed, simply. The heart of the disciple. So here's picking up what we just touched on in Exodus 25:11. You shall overlay it with pure gold, inside and out, within and without, right? Right? You shall overlay it, and you shall make a gold molding, or molding, like a molding around it. So KJV translates that as crown, right? So here, just to kind of reason outro on this theme here, the ark. The ark, what was the ark? The ark was a wooden box, a wooden chest, constructed of this resinous acacia wood. The wood, right, according to what's written in the Torah, was overlaid with pure gold inside and out, right? Pure gold inside and out. Now, it's understandable why the chest, the ark, the Aron, was coated with gold on the outside. Because people say, well, that's where it could be seen. All right. That's why it was coated on the outside. But the question is this: why waste, one may say, right, precious gold by overlaying the inside? You see, it was a 3-in-1 box. There was actually the ark is like a trinity. It's 3 boxes. It's a wood box, and it's the gold outside box and the gold inside. It's like a 3-in-1. But the question is, why would one overlay the inside? Because one would say, well, nobody could see it, right? Nobody could see inside the ark. Why was it overlaid on the inside and outside? So this is an interesting reason. I want to share this with y'all for the Shavua here, first day. The gold on the inside, what does it teach us? Can it teach us anything? The gold on the inside, right, of the ark, where nobody really sees it. It teaches us a very important lesson. What's the lesson? The lesson is called integrity. To be a suitable vessel for Elohim, for God's service, it is not sufficient for a person to merely look godly or look good, right, on the outside. Though the exterior appearance is important, the interior is equally important. Did you know, like the word hypocrite? You know the word hypocrite? The word hypocrite, it comes from the Greek word for actor, hypocrates, or somebody who wear a mask, right? The hypocrite is someone who acts, right, like a righteous person, but is not. So that means like on the outside. Remember, the word hypocrite in Greek, hypocrates, right? Hypocrates sound like a Greek philosopher, right? Hypocrates, right? But means someone who wears mask. Because back in the old days, the Greeks, when they did their plays, they would have masks, a happy face, a sad face, all right? But that's just the outside, you know what I'm saying? So someone who acts like a righteous person, so they put a righteous mask on the outside, right? But it's not really on the inside. Now, Robenu, Einai Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, Justice of Nazareth, he criticized many of the Pharisees of his day, right, and their disciples, their Talmudim, for such hypocrisy. One who looks righteous on the outside, but is privately godless, Elohimless, or says Ein Elohim, is a hypocrite, a hypocrates, wearing a mask. A person who dresses piously, and pretends to behave holy, 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 right? While harboring wicked and ratchet thoughts, right? Wicked, ratchet, and pure thoughts in his heart, in his mind, would also be a hypocrates, right? A hypocrite. So the ark of the testimony, the ark of the covenant, was overlaid with pure gold on the outside and the inside. to teach us that it is not sufficient to be righteous only in the eyes of men and people, right? And here's an interesting verse, right, to kind of seal this up right here, right, from First Samuel 16:7. Elohim sees not as man sees. For man looks at the outward appearance, but Yahweh looks at the heart. So this is interesting too with the ark, right, being and the specification of overlaying it with gold, right, on the outside and on the inside. First Samuel chapter 16 verse 7, Elohim sees not as man see, doesn't see as man see, for man looks at the outward appearance, but Elohim looks at the heart. You can say the heart of the matter. So right here, just a reasonment here. Pick up with more on it, because the tabernacle, as you can tell from the fact that Hebrews is still talking about the tabernacle, right? Explaining the tabernacle, using the tabernacle to explain to us the fullness of the Brit Chadasha, right? And the true role of Moshiach, the true role of Christ. Right here. You know, we have a song. We're just going to briefly let you hear it right here, right? Like to seal up with Selassie is the chapel. Love that tune right there. But here, today's daily psalm for the first day, y'all. Here it go, y'all.
Psalm 113.
Whoa.
Praise ye the Lord. Praise, O ye servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun unto the going down of the same, the Lord's name is to be praised. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Who is like unto the Lord our God, who dwelleth on high, who humbleth himself to behold the things that are in heaven and in the earth? He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth the needy out of the dunghill, that he may set him with princes, even with the princes of his people. He maketh the barren woman to keep house, and to be a joyful mother of children. Praise ye the Lord.
Lift up your lighter, you know, because we, the willing, been working for the ungrateful for much too long. So the fire not done, burn. We want to hear it from the mama in the house of Gideon. Put it up, put the lighters up. We want to know if Birmingham have lighters. Let us see the lighters up, because we want to welcome on stage a man who is sizzling red hot. Red. Birmingham, are you ready to welcome on stage a Mama Gideon? His name is Sizzler Skalanje. Bless them, warrior.
Peace and blessings manifest with every lesson learned. If your knowledge were your wealth, then it would be well earned. We were made in his image, call us by your name. So since you let it out, believe it now,
I did the old till I brought us God's down. I'm the ancient of lies. So,
praise ye God,
in the emperor, King of kings, who are foolish, have to express that I got tired. Yo, well, praise ye God, in the emperor, King of kings, who are foolish, have to express that I got tired. Oh, are you feeling? Rastafari be the praise. In King Selassie I always. Well then, just like a summer, and you not got time, yo. Let me see you on them. Go tell them, sir, on them on come and summer. Looters, Sizzler, come here to trick all of you. Well, my money rise and you no kill my bro. But why you don't kill those something that you want? Nah, you use them to save the minds of the youth, and as they breathe, you them cease from knowing the truth now. This is the truth about my circumstances. See how them cats start rebuilding churches. Them church different, them surroundings are usual. Yo, do not mix up praise the emperor, king of kings, who are up to excess. Jaja, praise the emperor, king of kings, who are foolish, up to express. You see, just as on his disciples were all black, so is the ancient of days. Sizzler said of the truth is it, so make it known to boys and girls. Just let your mind retain them. Rastaman don't come and compose his heart. Selassie is the Nazarite. Offspring of King David. Now come them Selassie idiot. Let's try to ruler. Nanga, Mr. Praise the emperor, king of kings, you are foolish, up to express. Nanga, judgment, praise the emperor. Selassie, I am the king of kings, you are foolish, up to express.
Psalm 113. Praise ye the Lord. Praise, O ye servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun unto the going down of the same, the Lord's name is to be praised. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Who is like unto the Lord our God, who dwelleth on high, who humbleth himself to behold the things that are in heaven and in the earth? He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth the needy out of the dunghill, that he may set him with princes, even with the princes of his people. He maketh the barren woman to keep house, and to be a joyful mother of children. Praise ye the Lord.
Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Avdei Adonai, Hallelujah, Shem Adonai, Yishem Adonai, Mevorach, מעתה ועד עולם, מזרח שמש עד מבואו, מהולל שם אדוני, גם על כל גויים אדוני, על השמיים כבדו, מכאדוני אלוהינו, עד בהיל השבת המשפילי נראות, בשמיים ובארץ מקימים מעפר דל, השפוט ירים מביאונו 70 נדיבים, עם נדיבי עמו, ושיבי עקרת הבית עם הבנים, שמחה, הללויה.
Psalm 113. Praise ye the Lord. Praise, O ye servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun unto the going down of the same, the Lord's name is to be praised. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Who is like unto the Lord our God, who dwelleth on high, who humbleth himself to behold the things that are in heaven and in the earth? He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth the needy out of the dunghill, that he may set him with princes, even with the princes of his people. He maketh the barren woman to keep house, and to be a joyful mother of children. Praise ye the Lord.
Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Avdei Adonai, Hallelujah, Shem Adonai, Yishem Adonai, Mevorach, מעתה ועד עולם, מזרח שמש עד מבואו, מהולל שם אדוני, גם על כל גויים אדוני, על השמיים כבדו, מכאדוני אלוהינו, עד בהיל השבת המשפילי נראות, בשמיים ובארץ מקימים מעפר דל, השפוט ירים מביאונו 70 נדיבים, עם נדיבי עמו, ושיבי עקרת הבית עם הבנים, שמחה, הללויה.
Shavua Tov, Chavarim. Here for the outro. Selassie is the chapel. They're the three in one box, the three. See the Trinity all over it. It's interesting. But here, yes, I. Rastafari. Shavua Tov, Hashem Yeshua, yes, I. Laila Tov, Boker Tov, have a Yom Tov, good day, first day, and a Shavua Tov. Here. Oh.
El Selassie is the champ. is the only King of Kings. King of Kings, King of Kings is He. Conquering Lion of Judah. Triumphantly we all must sing. All must sing. All must sing. I search and I search. Spread book of mine. In the revelation, look what I find. El Selassie is the champion. All the world should know. All should know. All should know. That man.
Yes. It's that outro part that sometimes they try to cut off. That man is an angel, even with God, the King of Kings. But anyway, yes. So right here, 67, moving forward. Whoa. Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Shalom. Be well, be blessed, highly favored. Yes, sir.
Psalm 67.
מזמור ס"ז למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר.
God be merciful unto us and bless us.
אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו. יאר פניו איתנו.
And cause his face to shine upon us.
סלע.
That thy way may be known upon earth.
לדעת בארץ דרכך.
Thy saving health among all nations.
בכל גויים ישועתך.
Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. O let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth. Selah. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase, and God, even our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him.
מזמור ס"ז למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר. אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו. יאר פניו איתנו סלע, לדעת בארץ דרכך, בכל גויים ישועתך. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם, ישמחו וירננו לאומים, כי תשבות עמים מישור, ולאומים בארץ תנחם סלע. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם, ארץ נתנה יבולה, יברכנו אלוהים אלוהינו, יברכנו אלוהים, ויראו אותו כל אפסי ארץ.
Amen, amen, ואמרו amen, yes I.
Christ be the multitude, the only one who follow.